Excellent. Hello, YouTube. We are already live on Twitch. We are doing our Mythology Monday stream. So, a little bit of context in case you're stumbling upon this stream for the first time. Once a month we do a bonus stream, either a Mythology Monday or Folklore Friday, where we read fairy tales, folklore, or mythology from different cultures all around the world, throughout history. We have covered a lot of cultures at this point, but still have many, many more to go. They're some of my favorite streams that we do, so it's exciting to get one up on YouTube for the first time. Time to butcher a lot of Robin Hood Prince of Thieves quotes for comedy purposes. Why a spoon, cousin? Hi, Kajackalope. Oh my goodness. And over on the YouTube, Fidge and Puda and Elk, hello. Thank you for watching over on the YouTube. Yes, for anyone on Twitch who has the ability or inclination to open another window with the YouTube stream, that helps with watch hours. That's super cool if you can do that. But mainly I just want you guys to enjoy some stories. Is it not a greater crime to eat it? Wait, who says that line? I feel like I need to rewatch it, because even though there's so much wrong with that movie, like, it's kind of wonderful as well. That's a lie. I feel like, obviously everyone remembers the spoon line. I feel like also the line, "Fuck me, he cleared it," really stayed in my head. And also the sheriff being like, "Celts, they eat the dead of their enemy," or something like that. It's like, they portray like the Scots as being this like cannibalistic tribe. It's so inaccurate. And then Kevin Costner's just your all-American hero. But if you're willing to put up with all that, it's very enjoyable. It is. It's corny and kind of lovable. Yeah. But yeah, hi everyone. We are going to be reading from The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle, which is a collection that is in the public domain. I mean, Robin Hood the character is, obviously. I feel like I should have like set up some sort of alert from like Fox Robin Hood, you know? They drink the blood of their dead, said Snape. Your stream streak, oh my god, Buddha, 260 stream streak. That is big peak energy. It's true. Holy hell. Thank you. Ilk, did I miss your 100 bits? Oh god. I'm all in a tizzy now. 261 here, get good. That makes no sense. You guys used to have the same number. Hey, over on YouTube, it's not City. Oh. Well, that is a conundrum. If it's not City, who is it? Also, there's big stomp action coming from upstairs. Hopefully the child will be silenced soon, in one way or another. AKA by getting super cozy and going to bed and being happy and sleeping. You're glad that they clarified? Yeah, I mean, I know my inclination when I see any new chatter coming in. I'm like, is it City though? Is it City? So, just coming out the gate, they're not City. Very helpful. I'm actually wondering... Okay, so generally on Twitch, we just do the whole thing in the ASMR section. For this Myth Monday, I'm wondering if we should switch to the reading and writing section. What do we think? Just for reading these stories? I think I might do that. We haven't tried it in a while. When we were first trying it, we were getting some... No? You say no? Why? Yeah, put to bed. Being whirled around a king's head until it explodes into several karmically significant pieces. I mean, that would give way to a pretty epic legend. So, you know, silver linings. It did impact the viewership. Yeah, it did. It has been, the ASMR category is, but I just feel a little guilty because I'm like, I don't have triggers on tonight. Is there a guinea pig section? There isn't. And I think that that's just a huge missed opportunity. Do they still have, I think it was not this past, maybe 2 April Fools ago, that they added in the just catting section instead of just chatting. Did they end up keeping that because people liked it so much? Hey, smart. Okay, fine. You've talked me into it. Hell yeah, story time. Just do tongue clickies every 15 minutes. Yeah, and then I get people coming in that are like, why are you clicking so much? Oh well, it's fine. A Wadsworth over on the YouTube. You guys, thank you. This is genuinely so helpful. This is like my highest YouTube viewership I've ever had. 6 whole people. Oh my god. Animal sanctuaries and zoos. Yeah, I guess if I ever just did like a pure pig stream. Your mouse clicks a lot and nobody questions that. Fal is just a mouse. Like, it's like they've decided to stand right over me as well. It's because you typed butts. Yeah, okay, well you did say that typing butts would like bring all the people in. Is he coming through the ceiling? I hope not. Can you guys hear it though? Is it bad? Also, I realized I needed to switch to the other mic setting. It's very audible. God damn. Wadsworth. Your message got held for review on YouTube. Just here for the butts. You're gonna 100% hear it. I've thought about it a few times. I've never once banged a broom on the ceiling. Not the mouse click. Alright, well, yeah, if we turn down the gain a little bit and I just read a little more loudly, then maybe you won't hear them as much. There we go. Okay. Yay. So we are reading from, yes. From the Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. And there's a really cute illustration that I want to show you guys. Hell yeah. Hello, yes, is this BookTube? It is BookTube. I actually do use that as a hashtag. We're reading from, yes. 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 You thought the noise was people bumping butts? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, you thought the emote was people bumping butts. I thought you meant you thought the... Is this Tic Tac? No. I don't have any Tic Tacs. Okay, wait, I want to show you this. Oh, let me make it smaller. I was zooming in to show you guys the horrors of Oz, but this is less horrific and instead just really, really darling. Darling. Look at him. Look at it. I'm pretty sure that's Friar Tuck. Jesus. But no, we read here. You guys are getting it wrong. We read here. We like books. Books. Anyways, cute picture. You could still hear that, yeah. Just normal thing that men do. Well, Robin doesn't want to get his cute little booties wet. Nomad! Oh my god. Hi, Damon. How's it going? Hello, hello. Yeah, we're reading Robin Hood tales. With only their heads and shoulders showing that art had... Okay. I can see that hoping that you all behave is just a little too optimistic of me. Hi, Damon. It's so good to see you. Hi, this Non. Hello, hello. I thought it was a cute picture. Whatever. Do we want to read the preface? I feel like we should. I feel like from the author, it's a note from the author to the reader. Remember when we read the preface for the corpse spirit, and it was amazing. You didn't tell us this was the annual behave night. Yeah, I know. I don't tell you a lot of things. Okay, let's give this a try. If it ends up being boring, I won't finish it. Preface from the author to the reader. You who so plod amid serious things that you feel it shame to give yourself up even for a few short moments to mirth and joyousness in the land of fancy. You who think that life hath naught to do with innocent laughter that can harm no one. These pages are not for you. Get out of here. Clap to the leaves and go no farther than this. For I tell you plainly that if you go farther, you will be scandalized by seeing good, sober folks of real history so frisk and caper in gay colors and motley that you would not know them but for the names tagged to them. Here is a stout, lusty fellow with a quick temper, yet none so ill for all that, who goes by the name of Henry II. Here is a fair, gentle lady before whom all the others bow and call her Queen Eleanor. Here is a fat rogue of a fellow, dressed up in rich robes of a clerical kind, that all the good folk call my Lord Bishop of Hereford. Here is a certain fellow with a sour temper and a grim look, the worshipful, the Sheriff of Nottingham. And here, above all, is a great, tall, merry fellow that roams the greenwood and joins in homely sports, and sits beside the sheriff at merry feast, which same beareth the name of the proudest of the Plantagenets. Why am I doubting how to say that? Plantagenet? Or is it a hard G? I've read this name so many times. It is a soft G, right? God damn. This is something I should know. It's the curse of reading a lot and not hearing it spoken. Plantage nets? That doesn't seem right. Plantage nets? Really? Really? We need to solve this. This is important. This is important. Pregnant? Yeah, hate wheel. Like the royal family.
Plantagenet.
Plantagenet. Okay, so I did say it right. I did say it right. Okay. I wanted to check.
Plantagenet.
Okay, well this one puts the emphasis on the second syllable. Plantagenet. I think probably if it's being pronounced in an English accent, the emphasis would be Plantagenet, but maybe the more French is Plantagenet. Probably. And this is an English book, so okay. Thanks for letting me look that up. It's important. Sometimes, you know, we're like, wait, I know this word, but maybe I've never said it out loud. Wadsworth, did you subscribe over on the YouTube? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Plantagenet. Okay. Cool. Yep. That's just the royal house of England at the time. So, you thought you'd already done it? Okay. Well, thank you, regardless. Crack knuckles. Yeah. Okay. Huzzah. We have confirmed. And here, above all, is the great, tall, merry fellow that roams the greenwood and joins in homely sports, and sits beside the sheriff at merry feast, which same beareth the name of the proudest of the Plantagenets, Richard of the Lion's Heart. The Plantagenets split into York and Lancaster, who go on to fight in the War of the Roses, right? Beside these are a whole host of knights, priests, nobles, burghers, yeomen, pages, ladies, lasses, landlords, beggars, peddlers, and whatnot, all living the merriest of merry lives, and all bound by nothing but a few odd strands of certain old ballads, snipped and clipped and tied together again in a score of knots, which draw these jocund fellows here and there, singing as they go. Here you will find 100 dull, sober jogging places, all tricked out with flowers and whatnot, till no one would know them in their fanciful dress. And here is a country, bearing a well-known name, wherein no chill mists press upon our spirits, and no rain falls, but what rolls off our backs like April showers, off the backs of sleek drakes, where flowers bloom forever and birds are always singing, where every fellow hath a merry catch as he travels the roads, and ale and beer and wine, such as muddle no wits, flow like water in a brook. This country is not fairyland. What is it? 'Tis the land of fancy, and is of that pleasant kind that, when you tire of it, whisk, you clap the leaves of this book together, and 'tis gone, and you are ready for everyday life with no harm done. And now I lift the curtain that hangs between here and no man's land. Will you come with me, sweet reader? I thank you. Give me your hand. Give it. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. We're going to Fancyland. Fancyland! Fancyland ho! No? You don't trust me? You don't trust me? Hi, Pierre. I just want to say thanks as a reminder that we can be deeply passionate of books and literature and still be kind, having dealt with awful people who use it as superiority or worse. Oh no! My mind tends to overthink the bad. Oh, I'm sorry you've had those experiences. Yeah, no, that's not what we're about here. We can, like, stop along the way in stories and talk about what's happening or what certain things mean, and I mean, I'm here to read to you, right? Don't do it, you'll get spirited away. Well, no, he says that then we can come back and we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Your mom told you not to trust strangers on the internet? But I'm the book dragon. Oh my god, wait. Hate a kiss. I missed. The leguminous one hails from the Plantagenet dynasty. Wait. That's really good. That's really good. Okay, next year, peanut costume, Richard the Peanut Hearted. You actually genuinely reached out your hand. Hell yeah, Pierre is here for it. Pierre is here for story time. Hi, Phoenix. Oh, that does kind of mean dick nuts. Okay, okay. We'll workshop that. We will workshop that. Okay. Alright, so we are not going to get through this whole book. If we are enjoying it, we can bring it back in the future and read more of these tales, but we're just going to see how many we can get through tonight. Try not to bonk. I mean, I always try not to, right? Like, I'm never trying to do it. The pin post is not so right. No cringe girl tonight. Oh! By cringe girl, you mean Dorothy? Purple Pixie Queen, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, I can... Here, let me post the link to where you can download this book from. Yay. I'm doing well. Doing well. Thought you're making a Richard III joke since he was a hunchback in Shakespeare's play. But we appreciate hunchbacks here. Okay. Okay. Let me pin that on both channels. And I'll manually unpin that. There you go. And then over on the YouTube, if you want to download it, or just open it up in a tab. There you go. It is now pinned. Hell yeah. Yeah, of course. You're only a hunchback because you play too much Xbox? Well, I'm a natural hunchy, so, you know. Oh god, yeah, I wonder if any horses will die in this. Oh, it's horse in the kingdom for a horse. Rip horse. Okay. Prologue. Okay, the prologue is like one, sentence. Okay. Anyways. How Robin Hood came to be an outlaw. In merry England, in the time of old, when good King Henry II ruled the land, there lived within the green glades of Sherwood Forest, near Nottingham town, a famous outlaw whose name was Robin Hood. No archer ever lived that could speed a grey goose shaft with such skill and cunning as his. Nor were there ever such yeomen as the 70 merry men that roamed with him through the greenwood shades. Right merrily they dwelled within the depths of Sherwood Forest, suffering neither care nor want, but passing the time in merry games of archery or bouts of cudgel play. Living upon the king's venison, washed down with draughts of ale of October brewing. Who doesn't like a little cudgel play with the boys? Don't tie me up. It's just how the merry men roll. I know what a cudgel is. Yeah, no, we're just being silly. No, it's more of like a bat, right? But doesn't it sometimes have like iron fittings on it or whatever? But it's basically just like, right? Am I correct? Casual foul? What do you mean? What do you mean casual foul? Yeah, like, yeah, it's more like a club, I believe. Yeah, okay. Not only Robin himself, but all the band were outlaws and dwelled apart from other men. Yet they were beloved by the country people round about, for no one ever came to jolly Robin for help in time of need, and went away again with an empty fist. And now I will tell how it came about that Robin Hood fell afoul of the law. When Robin was a youth of 18, stout of sinew and bold of heart, the sheriff of Nottingham proclaimed a shooting match, and offered a prize of a butt of ale to whosoever should shoot the best shaft in Nottinghamshire. Now, quoth Robin, will I go too, for fain would I draw a string for the bright eyes of my lass, and a butt of good October brewing. Stop it. Stop it. We read here. We read literature here. So up he got, and took his good stout yew bow, and a score or more of broad cloth-yard arrows, and started off from Locksley town through Sherwood Forest to Nottingham. You like when I cry? What the fuck is that? What is that comment, Zombie? Wait. A butt equals 2 hogsheads, which is about 490 liters. Wait, a butt is almost 500 liters? Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's a... Okay, so butts are huge. A butt can hold a lot of liquid. What is that in quarts? Well, None Good posted that one butt is 130 US gallons, and a gallon has 4 quarts. So quadruple that. We literally get the term buttload from that? What? Luna, you got your first tattoo today? Okay, that's rad. How are you feeling? Do you like it? That's exciting. So it's like a whole barrel. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't know how much you could fit in a butt. That's exciting. Wait, a firkin barrel hogshead butt ton? What? I actually haven't heard any of these. Or, no, I've heard... well, I've heard of a barrel, but... huh. A massive barrel. Thanks for adding that quote, Fidge. Thank you for commemorating that. Damn, okay. I thought butts were barrels. Pork butt was named because that pork shoulder got put into butts. Oh! I just associate the word butt, like, aside from, you know, buds, with, like, the end of something, like the butt of a gun or something. You absolutely love it, although your lower back is... You got a tramp stamp? Okay, this is so fun that tramp stamps are coming back. Should we rename them, though, or are we reclaiming the term? Because the thing is, the lower back is actually, like, a really great place to tattoo when you just think about bodies, but then it got labeled as a tramp stamp, and there's all this, like, judgment about it, but I feel like it's been long enough that that's maybe gone away. Hopefully. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see if he gets the butt of ale. Artax said the word? Oh. Well, Artax should know better than that. Artax has been here long enough to know better than that. Okay. Why is it called that anyway? Just a way of shaming women. For no good reason. That's it. Misogyny is the answer, as often is the case. Okay. It was at dawn. It was at the dawn of day, in the merry Maytime, when hedgerows are green and flowers bedeck the meadows. Daisies pied and yellow cuckoo buds and fair primroses all along the briery hedges. When apple buds blossom and sweet birds sing, the lark at the dawn of day, the throstle cock and cuckoo. When lads and lasses look upon each other with sweet thoughts. When busy housewives spread their linen to bleach upon the bright green grass. Sweet was the greenwood as he walked along its paths, and bright the green and rustling leaves, amid which the little birds sang with might and main. And blithely Robin whistled as he trudged along, thinking of Maid Marian and her bright eyes. For at such times a youth's thoughts are wont to turn pleasantly upon the lass that he loves the best. As thus he walked along with a brisk step and a merry whistle, he came suddenly upon some foresters seated beneath a great oak tree. 15 there were in all, making themselves merry with feasting and drinking as they sat around a huge pasty, to which each man helped himself, thrusting his hands into the pie and washing down that which they ate with great horns of ale, which they drew all foaming from a barrel that stood nigh. Each man was clad in Lincoln green, and a fine show they made, seated upon the sward beneath the fair, spreading tree. Then one of them, with his mouth full, called out to Robin, "Hullo, where goest thou, little lad, with thy 1-penny bow and thy farthing shafts?" Then Robin grew angry, for no stripling likes to be taunted with his green years. "Now," quoth he, "my bow and eke mine arrows are as good as shine, and moreover, I go to the shooting match at Nottingham town. The same has been proclaimed by our good sheriff of Nottinghamshire. There I will shoot with other stout yeomen, for a prize has been offered of a fine butt of ale." Then one who held a horn of ale in his hand said, "Oh, listen to the lad. Why, boy, thy mother's milk is yet scarce dry upon thy lips, and yet thou pratest of standing up with good stout men at Nottingham butts, thou who art scarce able to draw one string of a 2-stone bow." "I'll hold the best of you 20 marks," quoth bold Robin, "that I hit the clout at 60 rods, by the good help of our Lady Fair." At this, all laughed about, and one said, "Well boasted, thou fair infant, well boasted, and well thou knowest that no target is nigh to make good thy wager." And another cried, "Oh, he'll be taking the ale with his milk next." At this, Robin grew right mad. "Hark ye," said he, "yonder, at the glade's end, I see a herd of deer, even more than 60 rods distant. I'll hold you 20 marks that, by leave of Our Lady, I cause the best heart among them to die." "And done," cried he who had spoken first. Oh, wait. "Now done," cried he who had spoken first, "and here are 20 marks. I wager that thou causest no beast to die, with or without the aid of Our Lady." Then Robin took his good yew bow in his hand, and placing the tip at his instep, he strung it right deftly. Then he knocked a broad cloth-yard arrow, and, raising the bow, drew the grey goose feather to his ear. The next moment, the bowstring rang, and the arrow sped down the glade as a sparrow-hawk skims in a northern wind. High leaped the noblest heart of all the herd, only to fall dead, reddening the green path with his heart's blood. Clarification, in case it's needed. When they're saying heart here, it's H-A-R-T, which is a male deer, a stag. But when they say heart's blood, it's H-E-A-R-T. Hi, Shadow Legion. No. So he's wandering along. There's a group of men sitting around drinking and eating pasties. And they laugh at him. They're like, "Haha, you're young." And he's like, "I'm going to a competition." And they're like, no, first they make fun of him. They're like, "Haha, your bow is not very good." And he's like, "Well, I'm going to go win a contest with it." And they're like, "Haha, you're so young. You were probably just sucking at your mama's." Anyways, and then he's like, "Well, I'll challenge you. I'll hit the stag down there." And they're like, "All right, I'll put some money on that wager." And then he does. Not a horse. Not a horse. Hi, Matt. Hello. Please rewrite the story in this manner. Yeah. If I write a book, would you read it on stream? I'm not making any promises about that. Never say never. There could come a time where one of you writes a book and I do read it on stream, but I don't want to make any promises about it, so. Yeah. Alright. "Ha!" cried Robin. "How likest thou that shot, good fellow? I wot the wagers were mine, and it were 300 pounds. Then all the foresters were filled with rage, and he who had spoken the first, and had lost the wager, was more angry than all. "Nay," cried he, "the wager is none of thine, and get thee gone straightway. By all the saints in heaven, I'll baste thy sides until thou wilt ne'er be able to walk again." "Knowest thou not," said another, "that thou hast killed the king's deer? And by the laws of our gracious lord and sovereign, King Harry, thine ears should be shaven close to thy head?" "Catch him!" cried a third. "Nay," said a fourth, "let him e'en go, because of his tender years." No, not nay. Nay, like N-A-Y. Like, no. That's not Faolkor. This person isn't wearing black. I know, but I got this shirt in Sherwood Forest, and I'd never wear it, and I was like, I need to wear it for this occasion, but I feel really weird wearing a t-shirt and wearing a pale color, so. He did not kill a horse. Okay. Never a word said Robin Hood, but he looked at the foresters with a grim face, then, turning on his heel, strode away from them down the forest glade. But his heart was bitterly angry, for his blood was hot and youthful and prone to boil. Now, well would it have been for him who had first spoken had he left Robin Hood alone. But his anger was hot both because the youth had gotten the better of him and because of the deep draughts of ale that he had been quaffing. So, of a sudden, without any warning, he sprang to his feet and seized upon his bow and fitted it to a shaft. "Aye," cried he, "and I'll hurry thee anon." And he sent the arrow whistling after Robin. This is the first time you've seen me wearing white? Yep. Quaff. Yeah, like hate wheel spelt. Like, quaffing your ale just means drinking deeply. Throwing back a shot. It was well for Robin Hood that same forester's head was spinning with ale, or else he would never have taken another step. As it was, the arrow whistled within 3 inches of his head. Then he turned around and quickly drew his own bow and sent an arrow back in return. "Ye said I was no archer," cried he aloud, "but say so now again." The shaft flew straight. The archer fell forward with a cry and lay upon his face upon the ground, his arrows rattling about him from out of his quiver, the grey goose shaft wet with his heart's blood. Then, before the others could gather their wits about them, Robin Hood was gone into the depths of the greenwood. Some started after him, but not with much heart, for each feared to suffer the death of his fellow. So, presently, they all came and lifted the dead man up and bore him away to Nottingham town. Yeah, crazy that, like, you could just, like, murder someone like this. You just be like, I don't like you. Let me just kill you. That's wild. It's foul camouflage. Hi, Logatone. Reading Robin wearing a shirt from Sherwood? Yeah. Yeah. Murder wasn't a crime if it wasn't indiscretion. Merry indeed. Alright. Hi, Smushy. Hello. Self-defense on Robin's part? I mean, maybe. But he also could have just, like, scampered off, right? I don't think the guy would have, like, chased him. Anyway. Meanwhile, Robin Hood ran through the greenwood. Gone was all the joy and brightness from everything, for his heart was sick within him, and it was borne in upon his soul that he had slain a man. "Alas," cried he, "thou hast found me an archer that will make thy wife to ring. I would that thou hadst ne'er said one word to me, or that I had never passed thy way, or e'en that my right forefinger had been stricken off ere that this had happened. In haste I smote, but grieve I sore at leisure." And then, even in his trouble, he remembered the old saw that what is done, and the egg cracked cannot be cured. And so he came to dwell in the greenwood that was to be his home for many a year to come, never again to see the happy days with the lads and lasses of sweet Locksley town. For he was outlawed, not only because he had killed a man, but also because he had poached upon the king's deer. and 200 pounds were set upon his head as a reward for whoever would bring him to the court of the king. Now, the sheriff of Nottingham swore that he himself would bring this knave Robin Hood to justice, and for 2 reasons. First, because he wanted the 200 pounds, and next, because the forester that Robin Hood had killed was of kin to him. But Robin Hood lay hidden in Sherwood Forest for 1 year, and in that time there gathered around him many others like himself, cast out from other folk for this cause and for that. Some had shot deer in hungry winter time, when they could get no other food, and had been seen in the act by the foresters, but had escaped, thus saving their ears. Some had been turned out of their inheritance, that their farms might be added to the king's lands in Sherwood Forest. Some had been despoiled by a great baron or a rich abbot or a powerful esquire. All for one cause or another had come to Sherwood to escape wrong and oppression. So in all that year, 50 or more good, stout yeomen gathered around Robin Hood and chose him to be their leader and chief. Then they vowed that even as they would themselves had been despoiled, they would despoil their oppressors, whether baron, abbot, knight, or squire, and that from each they would take that which had been wrung from the poor by unjust taxes, or land rents, or in wrongful fines. But to the poor folk, they would give a helping hand in need and trouble, and would return to them that which had been unjustly taken from them. Besides this, they swore never to harm a child, nor to wrong a woman, be she maid, wife, or widow, so that after a while, when the people began to find that no harm was meant to them, but that money or food came in time of want to many a poor family, they came to praise Robin and his merry men, and to tell many tales of him and his doings in Sherwood Forest, for they felt him to be one of themselves. Up rose Robin Hood one merry morn, when all the birds were singing blithely among the trees, among the leaves, and up rose all his merry men, each fellow washing his head and hands in the cold brown brook that leapt, laughing from stone to stone. Then said Robin, "For 14 days we have seen no sport, so now I will go abroad to seek adventures forthwith. But tarry ye, my merry men all, here in the greenwood. Only see that ye mind well my call. 3 blasts upon the bugle horn I will blow in my hour of need. Then come quickly, for I shall want your aid." So saying, he strode away through the leafy forest glades until he had come to the verge of Sherwood. There he wandered for a long time, through highway and byway, through dingly dell and forest skirts. Now he met a fair buxom lass in a shady lane, and each gave the other a merry word and passed their way. Now he saw a fair lady upon an ambling pad, to whom he doffed his cap, and who bowed sedately in return to the fair youth. Now he saw a fat monk on a pannier-laden ass. Now a gallant knight, with spear and shield and armor that flashed brightly in the sunlight. Now a page, clad in crimson, and now a stout burgher from good Nottingham town, pacing along with serious footsteps. All these sights he saw, but adventure found he none. At last he took a road by the forest skirts, a bypath that dipped toward a broad, pebbly stream spanned by a narrow bridge made of a log of wood. As he drew nigh this bridge, he saw a tall stranger coming from the other side. Thereupon Robin quickened his pace, as did the stranger likewise, each thinking to cross first. Oh, your message got held for review. Hate a kiss. Okay, so TLDR. TLDR. So it turns out you couldn't just kill people. No, he was, going to be arrested or executed or something for killing that man. Not just for killing the man, but because he killed a deer, and it was the king's deer, and you can't do that. So Robin Hood goes into hiding, starts living in the woods. Other people start living there too. He gets a little crew. Am I right? Oh god, hopefully I don't embarrass myself here. Am I correct that a score is 20? So 100 men? 5 score would be 100 men? Yeah? Okay, cool. Yes. So about 100 men came to live with him in the forest. Cool. So now, but they've been living there for a bit. And no, Trey, get out of here. Don't troll me with this. They're running out of game because there's 100 of them living in the woods and they're hunting, and so no, Trey, come back. He's like, let me wander around. Maybe I can like find something, game or a new place to go, or you find the part about killing the king's deer dumb. How was Robin Hood supposed to know the deer was the king's deer? Because it's not that like each individual deer is like branded or anything. It's that like if you are in a part of the forest that is owned by the crown, you can't kill any animals in that area. Yeah. So he knew. Yeah. Okay. You'll come back for triggers? Okay, not sure if we're doing those today, Trey, because it is Myth Monday. We might do some at the end, but I'm not going to promise that. Is this Celtic Britain? No. No. I think it was 12th century. I was going to say this is the 1100s, right? Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to be awake at the end. Okay. Well, sorry about that, Trey. But to be fair, I don't usually stream on Mondays, so but I will be back tomorrow, Trey, with triggers. Yeah. Okay, so he's wandering along and he comes to a bridge that is just a log. It's just a log across a stream, and he needs to cross, and there's a guy coming from the other side to cross, and they're both trying to get to the log first because only one person can use it at a time because it's a log. All wild mute geese in Britain are property of the crown. I mean, all swans, right? You're a log? You got me. You got me. One of your favorite parts of the story is about, yeah, this is a well-known scene, for sure. Now stand thou back, quoth Robin, and let the better man cross first. Bro, why do you have to come off like that? You're asking for trouble. Nay, answered the stranger, then stand back shine own self, for the better man, I wet, am I. Well, that we shall presently see, quoth Robin, and meanwhile stand thou where thou art, or else by the bright brow of Saint Alfreda, I will show thee right good Nottingham play, with a cloth-yard shaft betwixt thy ribs. Now, quoth the stranger, I will tan thy hide till it be as many colours as a beggar's cloak, if thou darest so much as touch a string of that same bow that thou holdest in thy hands. Thou pratest like an ass, said Robin, for I could send this shaft clean through thy proud heart before a curtal friar could say grace over a roast goose at Michaelmastide. And thou pratest like a coward, answered the stranger, for thou standest there with a good yew bow to shoot at my heart, while I have not in my hand but a plain blackthorn shaft wherewith to meet thee. Now, quoth Robin, by the faith of my heart, never have I had a coward's name in all my life before. I will lay by my trusty bow and eke my arrows, and if thou darest abide my coming, I will go and cut a cudgel to test thy manhood withal. Marry, that I will abide thy coming, and joyously too, quoth the stranger, whereupon he leaned sturdily upon his staff to await Robin. All right. They are throwing shade at each other. They're basically like, well, I should go first because I'm the better man. No, me. And he's like, you're just a kid. And he's like, oh yeah, I want to say that again. I could shoot an arrow and kill you. And he's like, okay, well now you're a coward because you're threatening me with a bow and all I have is a staff. And then Robin's like, okay, fine, I'll put my bow down and cut myself a staff and then we'll see who's the bigger man. I love the way, like, smack talk sounds in old-fashioned English. Can somebody say something that would get held? I haven't been seeing the review messages, and I wonder if they're working for me. I've seen a couple of them and allowed them. Hate a kiss, do you want to say something saucy in the YouTube chat to test that out? Did you get auto-modded for a good U-bow? What, here on Twitch? On Twitch? Quote the Robin, nevermore. Oh, I missed what he said. Okay, alright. This is fun though. I'm really enjoying this. Then Robin Hood stepped quickly to the cover side and cut a good staff of ground oak, straight, without new, and 6 feet in length, and came back trimming away the tender stems from it, while the stranger waited for him, leaning upon his staff and whistling as he gazed round about. Robin observed him furtively as he trimmed his staff, measuring him from top to toe from out the corner of his eye, and thought that he had never seen a lustier or a stouter man. Tall was Robin, but taller was the stranger by a head and a neck, for he was 7 feet in height. Broad was Robin across the shoulders, but broader was the stranger by twice the breadth of a palm, while he measured at least an L around the waist. Oh, I can view it? just clean and to the point there. Oh my god. Wait, how much is an L? Spelled E-L-L. YouTube comment section is lit sometimes. Yeah. Hi, Smiling Frog. 1.25 feet. Okay. Sophia! Oh my god, Sophia, hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my goodness. I don't know if it was a massive L. Just an L, you know. Hello, everyone. Sophia, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. 33 months. Oh my god. Sophia, you are so sweet. Oh my goodness. You guys, everyone go follow Sophia. Sophia is so freaking awesome. you've been doing a lot of gaming content recently, right? You've been playing Ghost of Yotai, but also does reading content as well, and is just so freaking awesome. You're obsessed? Dude, I've heard really good things about it. It'll probably take me a while to get around to it, but I'll probably play it at some point. Once you're done back to reading, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, if you want more reading content, make sure to drop a follow for Sophia. And also if you want to watch the gaming content. Sophia's been subbed longer than you have? Hell yeah. Sophia's a real one. Welcome in, everyone. If any of you are new here, I'm Faolkor. We do a mixture of reading content and also traditional chatty ASMR. Today we're doing our Mythology Monday stream, so we're not doing ASMR triggers. We're still in the ASMR section because cozy story time. But we're in the 16th century. No, these stories are set in the 12th century, but they were written, this version was written down at the end of the 19th century. We are reading Robin Hood stories tonight. And I'm wearing my shirt that I got in Sherwood Forest. Yay! And yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. So please feel free to get cozy if that sounds like a fun time. I love Robin Hood stuff as well, but I've never read this collection of tales, so I'm really enjoying it. We're still in the first story, so we are actually at the infamous Little John and the log and the river scene. So yeah. Obviously, Sophia, please feel free to pop out whenever you need to, or we always love having you hang out, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself after your stream. We are also live over on the YouTube channel, if any of you prefer that, or are interested to check that out. It's the first link there. I've got 2 YouTube channels. The second link is for ASMR triggers, in particular. The first one's for reading. So Little John is 7 feet tall. Yeah. All right. Let's dive back in. Thank you again. Welcome, everyone. Wait, did I miss saying welcome to Aiden for the follow on Twitch? Thank you, Aiden. Thank you. Welcome in. It's good to have you here. Okay. Nevertheless, said Robin to himself, I will baste thy hide right merrily, my good fellow. Then, aloud, Lo, here is my good staff, lusty and tough. Now wait my coming, and thou darest, and meet me, and thou fearest not. Then we will fight until one or the other of us tumble into the stream by dint of blows. Marry, that meeteth my whole heart, cried the stranger, twirling his staff above his head betwixt his fingers and thumb until it whistled again. Never did the knights of King Arthur's Round Table meet in a stouter fight than did these two. In a moment, Robin stepped quickly upon the bridge where the stranger stood. First, he made a feint, and then delivered a blow at the stranger's head that, had it met its mark, would have tumbled him speedily into the water. But the stranger turned the blow right deftly, and in return gave one as stout, which Robin also turned as the stranger had done. So they stood, each in his place, neither moving a finger's breadth back, for 1 good hour. And many blows were given and received by each in that time, till here and there were sore bones and bumps, yet neither thought of crying enough, nor seemed likely to fall from off the bridge. Now and then they stopped to rest, and each thought that he never had seen in all his life before such a hand at quarterstaff. At last, Robin gave the stranger a blow upon the ribs that made his jacket smoke like a damp straw thatch in the sun. So shrewd was the stroke that the stranger came within a hair's breadth of falling off the bridge. But he regained himself right quickly, and by a dexterous blow gave Robin a crack on the crown that caused the blood to flow. Then Robin grew mad with anger and smote with all his might at the other. But the stranger warded the blow and once again thwacked Robin, and this time so fairly that he fell heels over head into the water as the queen pin falls in a game of bowls. "And where art thou now, my good lad?" shouted the stranger, roaring with laughter. "Oh, in the flood and floating adown the tide," cried Robin, nor could he forbear laughing himself at his sorry plight. Then, gaining his feet, he waded to the bank, the little fish speeding hither and thither, all frightened at his splashing. "Give me thy hand," cried he, when he had reached the bank. "I must needs own thou art a brave and a sturdy soul, and withal a good stout stroke with the cudgels. By this and by that my head hummeth like to a hive of bees on a hot June day." Then he clapped his horn to his lips, and winded a blast that went echoing sweetly down the forest paths. "Ay, marry," quoth he again, "thou art a dull lad, and eke a brave one, for ne'er, I vow, is there a man betwixt here and Canterbury town that could do the like to me that thou hast done." "And thou," quoth the stranger, laughing, "takest thy cudgelling like a brave heart and a stout yeoman." But now the distant twigs and branches rustled with the coming of men, and suddenly a score or two of good stout yeomen, all clad in Lincoln green, burst from out the covert, and merry Will Stutely at their head. "Good master," cried Will, "how is this? Truly thou art all wet from head to foot, and that to the very skin." "Why, marry," answered jolly Robin, "yon stout fellow hath tumbled me neck and crop into the water, and hath given me a drubbing besides." "Then shall he not go without a ducking and eke a drubbing himself?" cried Will Stutely. "Have at him, lads!" Then Will and a score of yeomen leapt upon the stranger. But though they sprang quickly, they found him ready, and felt him strike right and left with his stout staff, so that, though he went down with the press of numbers, some of them rubbed cracked crowns before he was overcome. "Nay, forbear," cried Robin, laughing until his sore sides ached again. "He is a right good man and true, and no harm shall befall him. Now hark ye, good youth, wilt thou stay with me, and be one of my band? 3 suits of Lincoln green shalt thou have each year, beside 40 marks in fee, and share with us whatsoever good shall befall us. Thou shalt eat sweet venison, and quaff the stoutest ale, and mine own good right-hand man shalt thou be, for never did I see such a cudgel player in all my life before. Speak, wilt thou become one of my good merry men?" "That I know not. That know I not," quoth the stranger surlily, for he was angry at being so tumbled about. "If ye handle yew bow and apple shaft no better than ye do oaken cudgel, I wot ye are not fit to be called yeomen in my country. But if there be any man here that can shoot a better shaft than I, then will I bethink me of joining with you." "Now, by my faith," said Robin, "thou art a right saucy varlet, sirrah. Yet I will stoop to thee as I never stooped to man before. Good Stutely, cut thou a fair white piece of bark 4 fingers in breadth, and set it fourscore yards distant on yonder oak. Now, stranger, hit that fairly with a grey goose shaft, and call thyself an archer." "My marry, that will I," answered he. Give me a good stout bow, and a fair broad arrow, and if I hit it not, strip me, and beat me blue with bowstrings." Then he chose the stoutest bow among them all, next to Robin's own, and a straight grey goose shaft, well feathered and smooth, and stepping to the mark, while all the band, sitting or lying upon the greensward, watched to see him shoot, He drew the arrow to his cheek and loosed the shaft right deftly, sending it so straight down the path that it clove the mark in the very center. "Ha ha!" cried he. "Then thou that, if thou canst." Well, even the yeomen clapped their hands at so fair a shot. "That is a keen shot indeed," quoth Robin. "Mend it I cannot, but mar it I may perhaps." Then taking up his own good stout bow and nocking an arrow with care, he shot with his very greatest skill. Straight flew the arrow, and so true that it lit fairly upon the stranger's shaft and split it into splinters. Then all the yeomen leapt to their feet and shouted for joy that their master had shot so well. Hi, Moonstar. Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you again. Man. How are you guys following along? Like with zero judgment among us? How much do you want me to like pause and recap what's happening? You love the cup? Thank you. I thought it was fitting. I've been well, Moonstar. You're following along well. Basically, after Little John beats Robin and knocks him into the river, Robin's taking it pretty well. He seems to be a good loser in this scenario, but he does blow on his horn to call his merry men, and they think, and he does tell them, he's like, yeah, this guy beat me and knocked me into the river. They think, uh-oh, okay, we need to attack this man. So they all jump on him, and Robin's like, no, like, he's cool. But Little John is kind of like a little pissed off that he just got like jumped by a whole band of men. And then Robin's like, hey, join this band of men that just attacked you. And he's like, I don't know, man, if you're like their leader and like you can't beat me at staffs, like why do I want to join? And then he's like, well, maybe if you can beat me at archery, then I'll consider following you. That's where we're at. Hi, Judo Dad. Oh yeah, they use the word lusty a lot. Let's clarify. At this time, when I use the word lusty, it does not mean sexually aroused, okay? Nothing to do with sex. It means like very healthy and full of energy. Keep waiting for Cinderella. It might happen. It might happen. But yeah, that's the TLDR of it. Mm-hmm. There's some really funny little insults that they trade as well, so. How lustily opening Magic the Gathering. Wait, what? What, Uncle Gamer? Oh, sorry, Moonstar, your message got hidden. That's happening a lot with things tonight, because the language means different things now. That's why you come on free days. Yeah, I don't usually stream on Mondays, but once a month I do this bonus stream, so yeah. Okay. That was your last bit of bits? Artax, thank you for the 14 bits. Thank you. Oh, Judo Dad, you know, we're not doing redeems tonight. If we get to the end of reading and we wanted, it might happen at the end of stream. So you can keep it in there, but there are no promises, okay? I'm not promising any. Okay, cool. Thanks for understanding. All right. Oh my goodness, this is like making my mouth so dry though. It's a fun read, but it's a bit of a challenging read because it's not how I'm used to speaking, of course. It's very wordy. Should stuff be paused? Definitely, like 5-minute triggers and stuff like that, all those. I guess you can keep name traces and the T2, T3 ones open, but, and the mini cloud cam, but just there's no guarantee. I'm not making any promises about getting to it, so. It's like the Gilmore Girls, but in Old English? Wait, how is this at all like Gilmore Girls? Oh my god. Hello, Meatball Daddy. Bringing awareness to the delicious meat treat since '86. Dang. That's, it's a lot of dedication. Well, welcome in, Meatball Daddy. How you doing? Okay. Then all the yeomen leapt to their feet and shouted for joy that their master had shot so well. Oh, I saw someone asking about yeomen. Let me make sure that I'm using the right definition, but I think it's kind of like a housecarl kind of situation. Okay, so it can be a man holding and cultivating a small landed estate, a freeholder, or a servant in a royal or noble household, ranking between a sergeant and a groom, or a squire and a page. What an introduction. Yeah, that is quite an entrance, yeah. Okay, Moonstar, thanks for popping in again. Have a good day. Yeah. Or I see down here the third definition, one that performs great and loyal service. I wonder if that's closer to the definition of how it's being used here, because none of them are landowners here. They're not like working within a house or whatever, but they do all show great dedication to Robin. So I feel like that's probably closest to like the spirit of the word. But usually you hear the word used more in context of like yeoman of the guard kind of thing. Yeah. There's another definition for an archer in a kind of militia that's not noble-born. Okay. Yeah. Who's singing sad songs? Does anyone else love the Errol Flynn version? I've only seen it once. It is good, though. It is fun. Okay. Now, by the lusty yew-bow of good Saint Withold. Withold? Withold? Saint Withold. So many saints. Oh my god. A protector against harm, most famously referenced in William Shakespeare's play King Lear. Alright. Used as a protective invocation. Hi, Emhorn. Does lusty mean laughs with hands on hips? It means like full of energy and health. Robust. Hale. Probably pronounced Withold. Yeah. Probably. Now by the lusty yew-bow of good Saint Witold, cried the stranger. That is a shot indeed, and never saw I the like in all my life before. Now, truly will I be thy man henceforth and for aye. Good Adam Bell was a fair shot, but never shot he so. And there's a footnote here. Adam Bell, Climb of the Clough, and William of Cloudsley. Climb of the Clough? Climb of the Clew? Climb of the Cliff? And William of Cloudsley. Cloudsley were three noted North Country bowmen whose names have been celebrated in many ballads of the olden times. How would you guys say this? Climb of the Cliff? Climb of the Clew? That's the problem with English. O-U-G-H can be pronounced in so many ways, man. I'm not having a stroke. I'm just... Climb of the Claw? Alright, well. Like cliff? Not cluff? Because S-L-O-U-G-H can be pronounced slough or slew. I like learning. We interrupt to learn. Clough. This is saying clough. Climb of the Clough. Or climb. That's a very is that a Welsh name? That seems Welsh looking.
Clim.
Clim. Alright. Climb of the Clough. Climb of the Clough. He's not even in the book. I just needed to know. Alright. Then have I gained a right good man this day, quoth jolly Robin. What name goest thou by, good fellow? Men call me John Little, whence I came, answered the stranger. Then Will Stutely, who loved a good jest, spoke up. Nay, fair little stranger, said he, I like not thy name, and fain would I have it otherwise. Little art thou indeed, and small of bone and sinew, therefore shalt thou be christened Little John, and I will be thy godfather. Then Robin Hood and all his band laughed aloud, until the stranger began to grow angry. And thou make a jest of me, quoth he to Will Stutely. Thou wilt have sore bones and little pay, and that in short season. Nay, good friend, said Robin Hood, bottle thine anger, for the name fitteth thee well. Little John shall thou be called henceforth, and Little John shall it be. So come, my merry men, we will prepare a christening feast for this fair infant. So turning their backs upon the stream, they plunged into the forest once more, through which they traced their steps till they reached the spot where they dwelled in the depths of the woodland. There had they built huts of bark and branches of trees, and made couches of sweet rushes spread over with skins of fallow deer. Here stood a great oak tree with branches spreading broadly around, beneath which was a seat of green moss, where Robin Hood was wont to sit at feast and at merrymaking with his stout men about him. Here they found the rest of the band, some of whom had come in with a brace of fat does. Then they all built great fires, and after a time roasted the does and broached a barrel of humming ale. Then, when the feast was ready, they all sat down, but Robin placed Little John at his right hand, for he was henceforth to be the second in the band. Let me close the window, because the sirens. what was his life? Yeah, we don't know. Also, the way that that Robin fixes that problem, you know, like Will Stutely, I'm guessing, is the same character as Will Scarlet. I think he like goes by different names in different versions. He's like, John Little. Obviously, we should call you Little John because you're so huge. Get it? And John gets angry, and he's like, I'm gonna kick your ass. And then Robin's like, no, 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 don't be mad. We're gonna call you Little John, okay? Let's go. Like, does not address the fact that John is not happy about being called Little John. Alright. Then when the feast was done, Will Stutely spoke up. It is now time, I ween, to christen our bonny babe. Is it not so, merry boys? And I, cried all, laughing till the woods echoed with their mirth. Then 7 sponsors shall we have, quoth Will Stutely, and hunting among all the band, he chose the 7 stoutest men of them all. Now, by St. Dunstan, cried Little John, springing to his feet, more than one of you shall rue it, and you lay a finger upon me. But without a word they all ran upon him at once, seizing him by his legs and arms and holding him tightly in spite of his struggles. And they bore him forth, while all stood around to see the sport. Then one came forward who had been chosen to play the priest, because he had a bald crown, and in his hand he carried a brimming pot of ale. Now, who bringeth this babe? Asked the right soberly. Well, that I do, answered Will Stutely. And what name callest thou him? Little John call I him. Now, Little John, quoth the mock priest, thou hast not lived heretofore, but only got thee along through the world, but henceforth thou wilt live indeed. When thou livedst not, thou wast called John Little, but now that thou dost live indeed, Little John shalt thou be called, so christen I thee. And at these last words he emptied the pot of ale upon Little John's head. Then all shouted with laughter as they saw the good brown ale stream over Little John's beard and trickle from his nose and chin, while his eyes blinked with the smart of it. At first he was of a mind to be angry, but found he could not, because the others were so merry, so he too laughed with the rest. So basically they're hazing him. This is some frat boy bullshit. And they're hazing him. But it's like, he wants to be angry, but they're so happy that he is too. Is he actually happy, or is he like, oh man, these guys are crazy and they're gonna kick my ass? Then Robin took this sweet, pretty babe, clothed him all anew from top to toe in Lincoln green, and gave him a good stout bow, and so made him a member of the merry band. And thus it was that Robin Hood became outlawed. Thus a band of merry companions gathered around him, and thus he gained his right-hand man, Little John. And so the prologue ends. And now I will tell how the Sheriff of Nottingham 3 times sought to take Robin Hood, and how he failed each time. So that was the prologue. What do you guys think? They are crazy, yeah. You like the Doctor Who interpretation of Robin Hood, that he was actually real and that the story became a fairy tale? I mean, I haven't done any, like, specific scholarship around this area in particular, but I'm pretty sure that he is based on a real character, but just has become legend. That wasn't even the story. That's just establishing how he got his gang together. But like with a lot of these characters, there probably was someone, or possibly even more than one person, that then got, you know, smushed into one character. You know, like maybe people hear about little acts of defiance at a time when it was like important. Like you hear about the way that the poor people are living. Like that's tough. You gotta have copium, basically. And the idea of like a legendary folk hero who like gives to the poor kind of thing. It could have been multiple random little snatches of stories, like, oh, so and so did this, and it all gets like put together into one legendary character. I don't know. Yeah. The rob from the rich, give to the poor aspect has been considerably inflated in the legend. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. You saw the documentary Robin Hood Men in Tights. Yeah, that is a good source for sure. Yeah. All right. Robin Hood and the Tinker. Now, it was told before how 200 pounds were set upon Robin Hood's head, and how the Sheriff of Nottingham swore that he himself would seize Robin, both because he would fain have the 200 pounds, and because the slain man was a kinsman of his own. Now, the sheriff did not yet know what a force Robin had about him in Sherwood, but thought that he might serve a warrant for his arrest, as he could upon any other man that had broken the laws. Therefore he offered 80 golden angels to anyone who would serve this warrant. I don't know how much money that is. I've never heard angels as a currency. Pounds is money in England talk? Yeah, but they're not using pounds. They've so far used the term marks, which I have heard, and now golden angels. Oh, no, sorry, they did use pounds, but they've also used marks. And, golden angels. Ooh, an angel was an English gold coin introduced by Edward IV in 1465. Okay, so it's an anachronism, right? Pattern after the French angelot or ange, which had been issued since 1340, which is in the past for the person who wrote these stories, but would be in the future for when Robin Hood supposedly lived. So that is anachronistic. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, thanks, guys. Okay. So he's offering 80 gold coins. Okay, he would receive 200 pounds. I don't know how much a gold angel is compared to a pound, but he's willing to give up part of the prize to get someone else to arrest him for him. Okay. Alright. But men of Nottingham town knew more of Robin Hood and his doings than the sheriff did, and many laughed to think of serving a warrant upon the bold outlaw, knowing well that all they would get for such service would be cracked crowns. So that no one came forward to take the matter in hand. Thus a fortnight passed, in which time none came forward to do the sheriff's business. Then said he, "A right good reward have I offered to whosoever would serve my warrant upon Robin Hood, and I marvel that no one has come to undertake the task." Then one of his men who was near him said, "Good master, thou wottest not the force that Robin Hood has about him, and how little he cares for warrant of king or sheriff. Truly, no one likes to go on this service, for fear of cracked crowns and broken bones." "Then I hold all Nottingham men to be cowards," said the sheriff. "And let me see the man in all Nottinghamshire that dare disobey the warrant of our sovereign lord, King Harry. For by the shrine of St. Edmund I will hang him 40 cubits high. But if no man in Nottingham dare win 80 angels, I will send elsewhere, for there should be men of mettle somewhere in this land." Then he called up a messenger in whom he placed great trust, and bade him saddle his horse and make ready to go to Lincoln town to see whether he could find anyone there that would do his bidding and win the reward. So that same morning the messenger started forth upon his errand. Hi, Tyra, Aniki. You feel like they made up words and people were too stupid to question them back then? Do you think we don't still do that? That's just how language works. Oh. I don't know, that sounds kind of skibbity, man, so. Bright shone the sun upon the dusty highway that led from Nottingham to Lincoln, stretching away all white over hill and dale. Dusty was the highway, and dusty the throat of the messenger, so that his heart was glad when he saw before him the sign of the Blue Boar Inn, when somewhat more than half his journey was done. The inn looked fair to his eyes, and the shade of the oak trees that stood around it seemed cool and pleasant, so he alighted from his horse to rest himself for a time, calling for a pot of ale to refresh his thirsty throat. When was this written? End of the 19th century, late 1800s. So something like a golden angel would have been like archaic to the writer, but came after the time when Robin Hood supposedly was around. Yeah. There he saw a party of right jovial fellows seated beneath the spreading oak that shaded the greensward in front of the door. There was a tinker, 2 barefoot friars, and a party of 6 of the king's foresters, all clad in Lincoln green, and all of them were quaffing humming ale and singing merry ballads of the good old times. Loud laughed the foresters as jests were bandied about between the singing, and louder laughed the friars, for they were lusty men with beards that curled like the wool of black rams. But loudest of all laughed the tinker, and he sang more sweetly than any of the rest. His bag and his hammer hung upon a twig of the oak tree, and near by leaned his good stout cudgel, as thick as his wrist, and nodded at the end. "Come," cried one of the foresters to the tired messenger, "come, join us for this shot. Oh, landlord, bring a fresh pot of ale for each man." The messenger was glad enough to sit down along with the others who were there, for his limbs were weary, and the ale was good. "Now, what news bearest thou so fast?" quoth one, "and whither ridest thou today?" The messenger was a chatty soul, and loved a bit of gossip dearly. Besides, the pot of ale warmed his heart, so that, settling himself in an easy corner of the inn bench, while the host leaned upon the doorway and the hostess stood with her hands beneath her apron, he unfolded his budget of news with great comfort. He told all from the very first. How Robin Hood had slain the forester, and how he had hidden in the greenwood to escape the law, how that he lived therein, all against the law, God wot, slaying his majesty's deer, and levying toll on fat abbot, knight, and esquire, so that none dare travel even on broad Watling Street or the Fosse Way for fear of him. How that the sheriff had a mind to serve the king's warrant upon this same rogue, though little would he mind warrant of either king or sheriff, for he was far from being a law-abiding man. Then he told how none could be found in all Nottingham town to serve this warrant, for fear of cracked pates and broken bones, and how that he, the messenger, was now upon his way to Lincoln town to find of what metal the Lincoln men might be. "Well, now come I, forsooth, from good Banbury town," said the jolly tinker, "and no one nigh Nottingham, nor Sherwood either, and that be the mark, can hold cudgel with my grip. Why, lads, did I not meet that madwag Simon of Ely, even at the famous fair at Hertford town, and beat him in the ring at that place before Sir Robert of Leslie and his lady? This same Robin Hood, of whom, I wot, I never heard before, is a right merry blade, but gin he be strong, am I not stronger? And gin he be sly, am not I slyer? Now, by the bright eyes and Nan of the Mill, and by mine own name, and that's Water the Crabstaff, and by mine own mother's son, and that's myself, will I, even I, Water the Crabstaff, meet this same sturdy rogue, and gin he not mind the seal of our glorious sovereign King Harry, and the warrant of the good sheriff of Nottinghamshire, I will so bruise, beat, and bemull his pate that he shall never move finger or toe again. Hear ye that, bully boys?" "Now, thou art the man for my farthing," cried the messenger, "and back thou goest with me to Nottingham town." "Hey, hey." "Hi, Phelan." "Nay," quoth the tinker, shaking his head slowly from side to side, "go I with no man, gin it be not with mine own free will." "Nay, nay," said the messenger, "no man is there in Nottinghamshire could make thee go against thy will, thou brave fellow." "Aye, that be I brave," said the tinker. "Aye, marry," said the messenger, "thou art a brave lad, but our good sheriff hath offered 80 angels of bright gold to whosoever shall serve the warrant upon Robin Hood, though little good will it do." "Oh, then I will go with thee, lad. Do but wait till I get my bag and hammer, and my cudgel. Aye, let me but meet this same Robin Hood, and let me see whether he will not mind the king's warrant." So, having paid their score, the messenger, with the tinker striding beside his nag, started back to Nottingham again. One bright TLDR, the messenger is on his way to another town, Lincoln, to try to convince other people to come and basically arrest Robin Hood, turn him into the sheriff, so that the sheriff can turn him into the king. So the sheriff is like offering a prize if you turn him into the sheriff, but then the sheriff would turn him in and get a bigger prize. So and the messenger is on the road, stops halfway to Lincoln, shares his story while drinking ale with some randos, and one of them is like, "I'll do it," and the messenger's like, "All right, bet. Now I don't have to ride all the way to Lincoln. Let's go back now." One bright morning, soon after this time, Robin Hood started off to Nottingham town to find what was a-doing there, walking merrily along the roadside where the grass was sweet with daisies, his eyes wandering and his thoughts also. His bugle horn hung at his hip, and his bow and arrows at his back, while in his hand he bore a good, stout oaken staff, which he twirled with his fingers as he strolled along. As thus he walked down a shady lane, he saw a tinker coming, trolling a merry song as he drew nigh. On his back hung his bag and his hammer, and in his hand he carried a right stout crab staff, full 6 feet long. And thus sang he. In peace court time, when hound to horn gives ear till buck be killed, and little lads with pipes of corn sit keeping beasts of field. Halloa, good friend, cried Robin. I went to gather strawberries. Halloa, cried Robin again, by woods and groves full fair. Halloa! Art thou deaf, man? Good friend, say I. And who art thou dost so boldly check a fair song? Quoth the tinker, stopping in his singing. Halloa, shine own self, whether thou be good friend or no. But let me tell thee, thou stout fellow, gin thou be a good friend, it were well for us both. But gin thou be no good friend, it were ill for thee. And whence comest thou, my lusty blade? Quoth Robin. I come from Banbury, answered the tinker. Alas, quoth Robin, I hear there is sad news this merry morn. Ah, is it indeed so? Cried the tinker eagerly. Prithee tell it speedily, for I am a tinker by trade, as thou seest, and as I am in my trade, I am greedy for news, even as a priest is greedy for farthings. Well then, quoth Robin, list thou, and I will tell, but bear thyself up bravely, for the news is sad, I wot. Thus it is, I hear that 2 tinkers are in the stocks for drinking ale and beer. Now a murrain seize thee and thy news, thou scurvy dog, quoth the tinker, for thou speakest but ill of good men. But sad news it is indeed, can there be 2 stout fellows in the stocks. What does a tinker do? Like fix things. Like he fixes and repairs little things, household objects, nothing big, like he's not a blacksmith. But, yeah. That's why he's got his little hammer. Remember when we read Peter Pan a while ago, and we learned that Tinkerbell was called Tinkerbell because as a fairy, like one of the things that she did was like fix things? Isn't that, which is just so wild, that's like been lost from her lore. Yeah, like we still use the word like if you're like tinkering with something, you know, doing little fixes or tweaks or whatever. It's a traveling career, yeah. Yeah. Nay, said Robin, thou hast missed the mark and dost but weep for the wrong sow. The sadness of the news lieth in that there be but 2 in the stocks, the others do roam the country at large. Now, by the pewter platter of St. Dunstan, cried the tinker, why, I've a good part of a mind to baste thy hide for thine ill jest. But can men be put in the stocks for drinking ale and beer, I trow thou wouldst not lose thy part. Loud laughed Robin and cried, Now, well taken, tinker, well taken. Why, thy wits are like beer, and do froth up most when they grow sour. But right art thou, man, for I love ale and beer right well. Therefore come straightway with me hard by to the sign of the Blue Boar, and if thou drinkest as thou appearest, and I wot thou wilt not belie thy looks, I will drench thy throat with as good home brewed as ever was tapped in all broad Nottinghamshire. Now, by my faith, said the tinker, thou art a right good fellow, in spite of thy scurvy jests. I love thee, my sweet chuck, and gin I go not with thee to that same Blue Boar, thou mayst call me a heathen. Tell me thy good news, good friend, I prithee, quoth Robin, as they trudged along together, for tinkers, I ween, are all as full of news as an egg of meat. Now I love thee as my brother, my bully blade, said the tinker, else I would not tell thee my news, for sly am I, man, but I have in hand a grave undertaking that doth call for all my wits, for I come to seek a bold outlaw that men, hereabouts, call Robin Hood. Within my pouch I have a warrant all fairly written out on parchment, forsooth, with a good red seal for to make it lawful. Could I but meet this same Robin Hood, I would serve it upon his dainty body, and if he minded it not, I would beat him till every one of his ribs would cry amen. But thou livest hereabout, mayhap thou knowest Robin Hood thyself, good fellow. Ay, marry, that I do somewhat, quoth Robin, and I have seen him this very morn. But, tinker, men say that he is but a sad sly thief. Thou hadst better watch thy warrant, man, or else he may steal it out of thy very pouch. Oh, let him but try, cried the tinker. Sly may he be, but sly am I too. I would I had him here now, man to man. And he made his heavy cudgel to spin about. But what manner of man is he, lad? Much like myself, said Robin, laughing, and in height and build and age nigh the same, and he hath blue eyes too. Nay, quoth the tinker, thou art but a green youth. I thought him to be a great bearded man. Nottingham men feared him so. Truly, he is not so old nor so stout as thou art, said Robin, but men do call him a right deft hand at quarterstaff. Well, that may be, said the tinker, right sturdily, but I am more deft than he, for did I not overcome Simon of Ely in a fair bout in the ring at Hertford town? But if thou knowest him, my jolly blade, wilt thou go with me and bring me to him? 80 bright angels hath the sheriff promised me if I serve the warrant upon the knave's body, and 10 of them will I give to thee, if thou showest me him. Ay, that I will, quoth Robin, but show me thy warrant, man, until I see whether it be good or no. That will I not do, even to mine own brother, answered the tinker. No man shall see my warrant till I serve it upon yon fellow's own body. So be it, quoth Robin, and though show it not to me, I know not to whom thou wilt show it. But here we are at the sign of the Blue Boar, so let us in and taste his brown October. Alright, how are you guys doing with this? Do we need a TLDR? This is a really funny scene. This is so satisfying. Basically, the tinker has come to Nottingham town to try to find Robin Hood. And he meets Robin Hood along the road, but of course he doesn't know it's Robin Hood. So they're walking along, and at first they're like trading barbs and kind of fighting, and the tinker is like getting all uppity. Not uppity, but just like pissed off. And then Robin, who seems to be a pretty like good-natured guy, is just like, hey man, like, let me buy you a drink. I'm going to the pub. Come to the pub with me. I'll buy you a drink. And then the tinker's like, oh, my long-lost brother, I love you. Yes, let's go walk about. And then the tinker tells Robin, I'm here to arrest Robin Hood. Do you know him? And he's like, yeah, I do. He looks like me. He's as tall as me. He's about the same age as me. He's got blue eyes like me. And the tinker's like, wow, you know him? Like, if you take me to him, I'll give you part of my prize. So the sheriff wants to earn the £200 for capturing Robin Hood. And so he's put out a prize of 20 gold angels. No. Wait. 80, right? 80 gold angels. For someone to bring Robin Hood to him. And the tinker has taken that up, and now he's offering Robin, not knowing that it is Robin, 10 of those gold angels to bring him to it. So people are just paying each other all the way down. Yeah. Anyways, very amusing. Ha 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 ha. No sweeter inn could be found in all Nottinghamshire than that of the Blue Boar. None had such lovely trees standing around, or was so covered with trailing clematis and sweet woodbine. None had such good beer and such humming ale, nor in winter time, when the north wind howled and snow drifted around the hedges, was there to be found elsewhere such a roaring fire as blazed upon the hearth of the Blue Boar. At such times might be found a goodly company of yeomen or country folk seated around the blazing hearth, bandying merry jests, while roasted crabs bobbed in bowls of ale upon the hearthstone. When they're saying crabs here, they mean crab apples, not seafood, but like, yeah. Well known was the inn to Robin Hood and his band, and there had he and such merry companions as Little John or Will Stutely or young David of Doncaster often gathered when all the forest was filled with snow. As for mine host, he knew how to keep a still tongue in his head and to swallow his words before they passed his teeth, for he knew very well which side of his bread was spread with butter. For Robin and his band were the best of customers and paid their scores without having them chalked up behind the door. Butterscotch! Oh my goodness, Butterscotch! Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you, Butterscotch. How are you doing? Diabolical removing wanted posters to lower reward to yourself that you can collect the true reward. Oh yeah. Sheriff's not a good guy. Yeah. So now, when Robin Hood and the Tinker came thereto and called aloud for 2 great pots of ale, none would have known from look or speech that the host had ever set eyes upon the outlaw before. "Bide thou here," quoth Robin to the Tinker, "while I go and see that mine host draweth ale from the right butt. For he hath good October, I know, and that brewed by Withold of Tamworth." So saying, he went within and whispered to the host to add a measure of Flemish strong waters to the good English ale, which the latter did, and brought it to them. "You heading to bed, Fidge?" "Sounds good. Thank you for hanging out, especially on an off night. Yeah, hope to see you tomorrow, Fidge." Yeah, Robin Hood. I'm really enjoying this though. I hope it's enjoyable to you guys. You know. So I think he had, I'm guessing Flemish strong waters. I'm guessing they've added hard liquor to the Tinker's beer or ale to make it a stronger drink. "By Our Lady," said the Tinker, after a long draught of the ale, "yon same Withold of Tamworth, a right good Saxon name too, I would have thee know, breweth the most humming ale that e'er passed the lips of Wat o' the Crabstaff." "Drink, man, drink," cried Robin, only wetting his own lips meanwhile. "Oh, landlord, bring my friend another pot of the same. And now for a song, my jolly blade." "Aye, that will I give thee a song, my lovely fellow," quoth the Tinker, "for I never tasted such ale in all my days before. By Our Lady, it doth make my head hum even now. Hey, damn hostess, come listen, and thou wouldst hear a song, and thou too, thou bonny lass, for never sing I so well as when bright eyes do look upon me the while." And then he sang an ancient ballad of the time of good King Arthur, called The Marriage of Sir Gawain, which you may sometime read yourself in stout English of early times. And as he sang, all listened to that noble tale of noble knight and his sacrifice to his king. But long before the Tinker came to the last verse, his tongue began to trip and his head to spin because of the strong waters mixed with the ale. First his tongue tripped, then it grew thick of sound, then his head wagged from side to side, until at last he fell asleep, as though he never would waken again. Then Robin Hood laughed aloud and quickly took the warrant from out the Tinker's pouch with his deft fingers. "Sly art thou, Tinker," quoth he, "but not yet, I vow, art thou as sly as that same sly thief Robin Hood." Then he called the host to him and said, "Here, good man, are 10 broad shillings for the entertainment thou hast given us this day. See that thou takest good care of thy fair guest there, and when he wakes, thou mayst again charge him 10 shillings also. And if he hath it not, thou mayst take his bag and hammer, and even his coat, in payment. Thus do I punish those that come into the greenwood to deal dole to me. As for thine own self, never knew I landlord yet that would not charge twice, and he could. At this, the host smiled slyly, as though saying to himself, the rustic saw, teach a magpie to suck eggs. The tinker slept until the afternoon drew to a close, and the shadows grew long beside the woodland edge. Then he awoke. What's that even mean? Okay, let's try to figure this out. Teach a magpie to suck eggs. I mean, they lay eggs. So sucking eggs is like, I don't know if that's supposed to be a benefit to the magpie or not. Sucking egg. Okay, first off, sucking eggs is a reference to a way that eggs were eaten, particularly by like poor people back in the day. Like you'd crack a little hole in an egg and drink the raw egg. And it became like an insult over time, like, go suck eggs, because it's something that like poorer people would do because they didn't have a place to cook the eggs, right? And like if you're like stealing eggs from people's like hen coops or whatever, suck the eggs quickly. But a magpie sucking eggs, let me just Google that phrase. Go away, AI. Okay, well, it's... Okay. Well, here's someone asking about it. No, that's not. It's coming up with a lot of examples for the phrase, teach your grandmother to suck eggs. Which feels different. Magpie is probably a reference to a gossipy old woman. Magpies are thieves, yeah. Anyways, the point is they knocked out the tinker. And then Robin basically paid the full fee to the landlord of the pub, but then was like, hey, like basically the tinker doesn't know I paid his fee, so you can charge him also and basically get double. Basically, Robin is like a really good patron there, and in return, the landlord doesn't turn him in. Someone just called you basic? Well, that insulted basic. Poor tinker. I mean, no. He got a bunch of free alcohol. No. So the tinker slept until the afternoon drew to a close, and the shadows grew long beside the woodland edge. Then he awoke. First he looked up, and then he looked down. Then he looked east. Then he looked west, for he was gathering his wits together, like barley straws blown apart by the wind. First he thought of his merry companion, but he was gone. Then he thought of his stout crab staff, and that he had within his hand. So again, with the word crab, I'm guessing that means his staff is made from apple tree, a crab apple tree. Then of his warrant, and of the 80 angels he was to gain for serving it upon Robin Hood. He thrust his hand into his pouch, but not a scrap nor a farthing was there. Then he sprang to his feet in a rage. "O landlord," cried he, "whither hath thou knave gone that was with me but now?" What knave meaneth your worship? Quoth the landlord, calling the tinker worship to soothe him, as a man would pour oil upon angry water. I saw no knave with your worship, for I swear no man would dare call that man knave, so nigh to Sherwood Forest. A right stout yeoman I saw with your worship, but I thought that your worship knew him, for few there be about here that pass him by, and know him not. Now, how should I, that ne'er have squealed in your sty, know all the swine therein? Who was he then, and thou knowest him so well? Why, yon same is a right stout fellow, whom men hereabouts do call Robin Hood, which same— Now, by a lady, cried the tinker hastily, and in a deep voice like an angry bull, I did not give him a deep voice. I did not give him a deep voice. Okay. Thou didst see me come into thine inn, I, a staunch, honest craftsman, and never told me who my company was, well knowing thine own self who he was. I have a right round piece of a mind to crack thy knave's pate for thee. Then he took up his cudgel and looked at the landlord as though he would smite him where he stood. Nay, cried the host, throwing up his elbow, for he feared the blow. How knew I that thou knewest him not? Well, and truly thankful mayst thou be, quoth the tinker, that I was a patient man, and so do spare thy bald crown. Else wouldst thou ne'er cheat customer again. But as for this same knave Robin Hood, I go straightway to seek him, and if I do not score his knave's pate, cut my staff into faggots and call me woman. So saying, he gathered himself together to depart. Reminder, that word in this context means a bundle of sticks. So he's saying, basically, if I am not able to beat up Robin Hood, you might as well break my staff into little pieces. And we know this staff means a lot to him, because literally he's like made it his name. Like he put Crabstaff in his name after this staff of Crabapple wood. What book is this? The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. Yeah. Nay, quoth the landlord, standing in front of him and holding out his arms like a gooseherd driving his flock, for money made him bold. Thou goest not till thou hast paid me my score. But did he not pay thee? But did not he pay thee? Oh, not so much as 1 farthing, and 10 good shillings worth of ale have ye drunk this day. Nay, I say thou goest not away without paying me, else shall our good sheriff know of it. But not have I to pay thee with, good fellow, quoth the tinker. Good fellow, not me, said the landlord. Good fellow am I not when it cometh to lose 10 shillings. Pay me that thou owest me in broad money, or else leave thy coat and bag and hammer. Yet I wot they are not worth 10 shillings, and I shall lose thereby. Nay, and thou stirrest, I have a great dog within, and I will loose him upon thee. Macon, open thou the door, and let forth Brian if this fellow stirs 1 step. Not Brian. Sorry, Brian is his big guard dog. Don't let loose Brian. Not the wrath of Brian. Yeah, sometimes I'm tripping up because, like, the way, like, the order of words in a sentence will be, like, backwards from how we would say it these days. Cry havoc and let slip Brian. Picturing Brian Blessed. Oh my god, he would get into that role. Yeah. Nay, quoth the tinker, for by roaming the country, he had learned what dogs were. Were dogs not common at the time? That's an interesting sentence. Brian, bite off his butt. For by roaming the country, he had learned what dogs were. Take thou what thou wilt have, and let me depart in peace, and me a murrain go with thee. But oh, landlord, and I scatch... I'm so sorry, you guys. And I catch yon scurvy varlet, I swear he shall pay full with usury for that he hath had. So saying, he strode away toward the forest, talking to himself, while the landlord and his worthy dame and Macon stood looking out after him, and laughed when he had fairly gone. So that's someone's name. Macon? Macon? Macen? I don't know. You think it's a weighted way of saying the guy had dogs sicked on him? That's, you know what, you might be right there. Yeah. And laughed when he had fairly gone. Robin and I stripped yon ass of his pack mane neatly, quoth the landlord. Now, it happened about this time that Robin Hood was going through the forest to Fosse Way, to see what was to be seen there, for the moon was full and the night gave promise of being bright. In his hand he carried his stout oaken staff, and at his side hung his bugle horn. And thus he walked up a forest path, whistling. Down another path came the tinker, muttering to himself and shaking his head like an angry bull. And so, at a sudden bend, they met sharply, face to face. Each stood still for a time, and then Robin spoke. "Hulloa, my sweet bird," said he, laughing merrily. "How likest thou thy nail? Wilt thou not sing to me another song?" The tinker said nothing at first, but stood, looking at Robin with a grim face. "Now," quoth he at last, "I am right glad I have met thee. If I do not rattle thy bones within thy hide this day, I give thee leave to put thy foot upon my neck." The tinker's name is Bill. He gave his name. I forget it. It's something of the crabstaff. Something of the crabstaff. "With all my heart," cried merry Robin. "Rattle my bones an thou canst." So saying, he gripped his staff and threw himself upon his guard. Then the tinker spat upon his hands and, grasping his staff, came straight at the other. I didn't read your whole comment. I'm sorry. I didn't read the whole comment. I'm sorry. My pedantry ruins jokes. He struck 2 or 3 blows, but soon found that he had met his match, for Robin warded and parried all of them, and before the tinker thought, he gave him a rap upon the ribs in return. At this, Robin laughed aloud, and the tinker grew more angry than ever, and smote again with all his might and main. Yes? Yes? Also, remember, you guys, always spit upon your hands before you grasp your staff. These are important lessons we're learning. We read here. Again, Robin warded 2 of the strokes, but at the third, his staff broke beneath the mighty blows of the tinker. "Now, ill betide thee, traitor staff!" cried Robin, as it fell from his hands. "A foul stick art thou to serve me thus in mine hour of need." "Now, yield thee," quoth the tinker, "for thou art mine captive. And if thou do not, I will beat thy pate to a pudding." To this, Robin Hood made no answer, but, clapping his horn to his lips, he blew 3 blasts, loud and clear. Ay, quoth the tinker, blow thou mayest, but go thou must with me to Nottingham town, for the sheriff would fain see thee there. Now, wilt thou yield thee, or shall I have to break thy pretty head? And I must drink sour ale, I must, quoth Robin, but never have I yielded me to a man before, and that without wound or mark upon my body. Nor when I bethink me will I yield now. Ho, my merry men, come quickly. Then from out the forest leapt Little John and 6 stout yeomen, clad in Lincoln green. How now, good master, cried Little John, what needest thou that thou dost wind thy horn so loudly? There stands a tinker, quoth Robin, that would fain take me to Nottingham, there to hang upon the gallows tree. Then shall he himself hang forthwith, cried Little John, and he and the others made at the tinker to seize him. Not sour ale, oh no. Nay, touch him not, said Robin, for a right stout man is he. A mettled man he is by trade, and a mettled man by nature. Oh, well played, Robin, that was very clever. Moreover, he doth sing a lovely ballad. Say, good fellow, wilt thou join my merry men all? 3 suits of Lincoln green shalt thou have a year, besides 40 marks in fee. Thou shalt share all with us, and lead a right merry life in the greenwood. For cares have we not, and misfortune cometh not upon us within the sweet shades of Sherwood, where we shoot the dun deer and feed upon venison and sweet oaten cakes and curds and honey. Wilt thou come with me? Ay, marry, will I join with you all, quoth the tinker, for I love a merry life, and I love thee, good master, though thou didst thrack my ribs and cheat me into the bargain. Fain am I to own thou art both a stouter and a slighter man than I, so I will obey thee, and be thine own true servant. So all turned their steps to the forest depths, where the tinker was to live henceforth. For many a day he sang ballads to the band, until the famous Allan a Dale joined them, before whose sweet voice all others seemed as harsh as ravens. But of him we will learn hereafter. End of chapter. You love sour ale? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they mean intentionally sour, though. That's great. I didn't expect that either. He became a merry man. Jagged Planet, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I mean, it's a... His options were to, like, leave and get nothing, or to, like, join and get a bunch of things, so... You get the feeling he's gonna betray them? I mean, not if he enjoys it, though. Yeah. Okay, I would like to read more, but I need to take a couple minutes of break. I'm really enjoying this, you guys. Feel free to, like, ask if, like, I am giving kind of recaps, like, a few times throughout a chapter, but feel free to ask if you need, like, more clarification. I think it's really important how they establish how much he likes Robin Hood early on. Yeah, like, when they meet in the road, he very quickly warms to him, so, yeah. Yeah. And I think he, like, appreciates, like, even if he doesn't like being outwitted, he can, like, respect that, you know? When does the Fox Girl show up? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna take a few minutes to stretch and such, and then we will read at least one more. I would like to read more than that. I do find that, like, the more I read, the more I start, like, tripping over words. So, did you catch what I said about strong waters? Distilled spirits weren't created until almost 1200 by Muslim scientists, and not common in Europe for drinking until 200 years later, so anachronistic. Nice, okay. Yeah, there's a few anachronisms in here, but that's alright. Cool. Okay, I will be back in a few minutes, you guys. In the meantime, pigs. Hello again. Alright. Hi Diab, hi Iceman. Hold on, I need to cough. Thank you for Myth Monday. Oh my god, thank you for coming to Myth Monday. Thank you for coming. Alright. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Oh my god. Thank you for the haunts. Thank you, thank you. I just hear the little noise. Oh my god. Alright. Let's jump in to another story. I'm kind of liking Robin as a character. Like, I mean, he just seems like a, I don't know, high-spirited, good-natured young man. Bit of a bro, but he seems alright. Pull apart a power adapter and put a fan in it tomorrow? Is that exciting? You seem happy about this. It's bro's paradise. It is. Yeah. Yeah, it is. His win rating in battle is 0%. But he's a really, like, he's a good loser, though. He's just like, hey, you beat me. Want to join my band? Okay. The shooting match at Nottingham town. He calls for backup. Yeah, but he's not, I mean, like, he's not, like, bitter or sulking or anything. He does bully people into joining his gang, yeah. Mid-range excitement, we're excited to see if it works. Well, fingers crossed. Alright. The shooting match at Nottingham town. Then, DJ, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Thanks for giving me a place to be geeky about historical slang and alcohol. Hell yeah. I love learning shit like this. Very enjoyable. Thanks for sharing what you know. Can we call him the prototype of the lovable scamp? Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's making sense that they made him into a fox, right? Backed by 100 dudes. Yeah. Then the sheriff was very wroth because of this failure to take Jolly Robin, for it came to his ears, as ill news always does, that the people laughed at him and made a jest of his thinking to serve a warrant upon such a one as the bold outlaw. And a man hates nothing so much as being made a jest of. So he said, "How a gracious lord and sovereign king himself shall know of this, and how his laws are perverted and despised by this band of rebel outlaws. As for yon traitor tinker, him will I hang, if I catch him, upon the very highest gallows tree in all Nottinghamshire." Then he bade all his servants and retainers to make ready to go to London town to see and speak with the king. At this there was bustling at the sheriff's castle, and men ran hither and thither upon this business and upon that, while the forge fires of Nottingham glowed red far into the night like twinkling stars, for all the smiths of the town were busy making or mending armor for the sheriff's troop of escort. For 2 days this labor lasted, then on the 3rd all was ready for the journey. So forth they started in the bright sunlight, from Nottingham town to Fosse Way and thence to Watling Street, and so they journeyed for 2 days, until they saw at last the spires and towers of great London town, and many folk stopped as they journeyed along, and gazed at the show they made, riding along the highways with their flashing armor and gay plumes and trappings. In London, King Henry and his fair Queen Eleanor held their court, gay with ladies in silks and satins and velvets and cloth of gold, and also brave knights and gallant courtiers. I want to be gay with ladies in silks and satins and velvets and cloth of gold. That sounds like a great time. Thither came the sheriff, and was shown into the king's presence. A boon, quoth he as he knelt upon the ground. Now, what wouldst thou have? Said the king. Let us hear what may be thy desires. Oh, good my lord and sovereign, spake the sheriff, in Sherwood Forest, in our own good shire of Nottingham, liveth a bold outlaw, whose name is Robin Hood. In good sooth, said the king, his doings have reached even our own royal ears. He is a saucy, rebellious varlet, yet I am fain to own a right merry soul withal. But hearken, O my most gracious sovereign, said the sheriff. I sent a warrant to him with thine own royal seal attached, by a right lusty knave. But he beat the messenger and stole the warrant. And he killeth thy deer, and robbeth thine own liege subjects even upon the great highways. Why, how now, quoth the king wrathfully. What wouldst thou have me do? Comest thou not to me with a great array of men-at-arms and retainers, and yet art not able to take a single band of lusty knaves without armor on breast, in thine own county? What wouldst thou have me do? Art thou not my sheriff? Are not my laws in force in Nottinghamshire? Canst thou not take thine own course against those that break the laws, or do any injury to thee or thine? Oh, damn, he's getting called out. Go, get thee gone, and think well. Devise some plan of thine own, but trouble me no further. But look well to it, Master Sheriff, for I will have my laws obeyed by all men within my kingdom, and if thou art not able to enforce them, thou art no sheriff for me. So look well to thyself, I say, or ill may befall thee, as well as all the thieving knaves in Nottinghamshire. When the flood cometh, it sweepeth away grain, as well as chaff. Oh, damn. Like, the sheriff's like, no, you don't get it, Kingy. This dude is not obeying your laws. And the king's like, whose job is it to enforce my laws? Is that your job? That's your job, though. And, like, what do you want me to do? Because I have appointed someone to enforce my laws, and that's you. So... Oh, man. You got smacked down. Yeah. That's very embarrassing for the sheriff. And the sheriff, we have learned, does not like being made a fool of. So. Then the sheriff turned away with a sore and troubled heart, and sadly he rued his fine show of retainers, for he saw that the king was angry because he had so many men about him and yet could not enforce the laws. So as they all rode slowly back to Nottingham, the sheriff was thoughtful and full of care. Not a word did he speak to anyone, and no one of his men spoke to him. But all the time he was busy devising some plan to take Robin Hood. "Aha!" cried he suddenly, smiting his hand upon his thigh. "I have it now. Ride on, my merry men all, and let us get back to Nottingham town as speedily as we may. And mark well my words, before a fortnight is past, that evil knave Robin Hood will be safely clapped into Nottingham jail." He called his men merry men as well. I think he's jealous. Sorry, that's so noisy. But what was the sheriff's plan? As a usurer takes each one of a bag of silver angels, feeling each coin to find whether it be clipped or not, so the sheriff, as all rode slowly and sadly back toward Nottingham, took up thought after thought in turn, feeling around the edges of each, but finding in every one some flaw. Good night, Buddha. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Oh yeah, Robin Hood is the hero of the story for sure. Yeah. Clapped in Nottingham jail. At last, he thought of the daring soul of Jolly Robin, and how, as he the sheriff knew, he often came even within the walls of Nottingham. Now, thought the sheriff, could I but persuade Robin nigh to Nottingham town, so that I could find him, I warrant I would lay hands upon him so stoutly that he would never get away again. Then of a sudden it came to him, like a flash, that were he to proclaim a great shooting match and offer some grand prize, Robin Hood might be over-persuaded by his spirit to come to the butts. And it was this thought which caused him to cry, "Aha!" and smite his palm upon his thigh. So, as soon as he had returned safely to Nottingham, he sent messengers north and south and east and west to proclaim through town, hamlet, and countryside this grand shooting match. And everyone was bidden that could draw a longbow, and the prize was to be an arrow of pure beaten gold. When Robin Hood first heard the news of this, he was in Lincoln town, and hastening back to Sherwood Forest, he soon called all his merry men about him, and spoke to them thus: "Now hearken, my merry men all, to the news that I have brought from Lincoln town today. Our friend, the Sheriff of Nottingham, hath proclaimed a shooting match, and hath sent messengers to tell of it through the countryside, and the prize is to be a bright golden arrow. Oh, now I would fain to have one of us win it, both because of the fairness of the prize, and because our sweet friend the sheriff hath offered it. So we will take our bows and shafts and go there to shoot, for I know right well that merriment will be a-going. What say ye, lads?" Then young David of Doncaster spoke up and said, "Now listen, I pray thee, good master, unto what I say. I've come straight from our friend Edom of the Blue Boar, and there I heard the full news of this same match. Master, I know from him, and he got it from the sheriff's man Ralph of the Scar, that this same knavish sheriff hath but laid a trap for thee in this shooting match, and wishes nothing so much as to see thee there. So go not, good master, for I know right well he doth seek to beguile thee. But stay within the greenwood, lest we all meet dole and woe." Now, quote, dude is so wordy, and it's like an unnatural way to speak, and I keep tripping, I'm sorry. "Now," quoth Robin, "thou art a wise lad, and keepest thine ears open and thy mouth shut, as becometh a wise and crafty woodsman. But shall we let it be said that the Sheriff of Nottingham did cow bold Robin Hood and 70 as fair archers as are in all merry England? Nay, good David, what thou tellest me maketh me to desire the prize even more than I else should do. But what saith our good gossip, Swandhold? Is it not, a hasty man burneth his mouth, and the fool that keepeth his eyes shut falleth into the pit? Thus he says truly, therefore we must meet guile with guile. Now, some of you clothe yourselves as curtal friars, and some as rustic peasants, and some as tinkers or as beggars, but see that each man taketh a good bow or broadsword, in case need should arise. As for myself, I will shoot for the same golden arrow, and, should I win it, we will hang it to the branches of our good greenwood tree for the joy of all the band. How like you the plan, my merry men all? Then, good, good, cried the band right heartily. Shrubbery disguise. Robin Hood is evil? What do you mean? Why do you think he's evil? Why do you think he's evil? He's gonna take his shaft to the butts? Yeah. But hopefully not get clapped in Nottingham jail. A fair sight was Nottingham town on the day of the shooting match. All along upon the green meadow beneath the town wall stretched a row of benches, one above the other, which were for knight and lady, squire and dame, and rich burghers and their wives, for none but those of rank and quality were to sit there. At the end of the range, near the target, was a raised seat, bedecked with ribbons and scarfs and garlands of flowers, for the Sheriff of Nottingham and his dame. The range was 20 paces broad. At one end stood the target, at the other a tent of striped canvas, from the pole of which fluttered many-colored flags and streamers. In this booth were casks of ale, free to be broached by any of the arrows who might wish to... No. Free to be broached by any of the archers who might wish to quench their My tongue is getting tired. I did not say quench their fur. I mean, technically I did, but that's not what I'm... Okay. In this booth were casks of ale, free to be broached by any of the archers who might wish to quench their thirst. Across the range from where the seats for the better folk were raised was a railing to keep the poorer people from crowding in front of the target. Already, while it was early, the benches were beginning to fill with people of quality, who kept constantly arriving in little carts or upon palfreys that curvetted gaily to the merry tinkle of silver bells at bridle reins. With these came also the poorer folk, who sat or lay upon the green grass near the railing that kept them from off the range. In the great tent the archers were gathering by 2s and 3s, some talking loudly of the fair shots each man had made in his day, some looking well to their bows, drawing a string betwixt the fingers to see that there was no fray upon it, or inspecting arrows, shutting one eye and peering down a shaft to see that it was not warped, but straight and true, for neither bow nor shaft should fail at such a time and for such a prize. And never was such a company of yeomen as were gathered at Nottingham town that day, for the very best archers of merry England had come to this shooting match. Your stout and lusty tongue is bested this night. Oh, man. There was Gil of the Red Cap, the sheriff's own head archer, and Dickon Cruikshank of Lincoln Town, and Adam of the Dell, a man of Tamworth of 80 years and more, yet hale and lusty still, who in his time had shot in the famous match at Woodstock, and had there beaten that renowned archer, Clym of the Clough. Wait, we looked this up. Clym of the Clough. And many more famous men of the longbow were there, whose names have been handed down to us in goodly ballads of the olden time. He takes from the rich, he's a thief, and once the ones he makes rich, he must take from them and give back to the poor, so really he's distorting the economy? Okay. I don't think he's giving away enough to any one person to make any one person rich. It's more like he's making it so that people don't, like, starve. Yes, he's a criminal. Yeah. The question is whether the laws are fair and humane. A clough is a ravine? Oh, okay. Don't give me that look. I'll give you whatever look I want. He's the only legal person in an illegal world. Alright. But now, all the benches were filled with guests, lord and lady, burgher and dame, when at last the sheriff himself came with his lady, he riding with stately mien upon his milk-white horse, and she upon her brown filly. Upon his head he wore a purple velvet cap, and purple velvet was his robe, all trimmed about with rich ermine. His jerkin and hose were of sea-green silk, and his shoes of black velvet, the pointed toes fastened to his garters with golden chains. A golden chain hung about his neck, and at his collar was a great carbuncle set in red gold. His lady was dressed in blue velvet, all trimmed with swan's down. What phrasing? What part? What did I say? Oh, jerkin. No, this is the sheriff. You guys, we read here. We read literature. Oh, Lord. Okay. His lady was dressed in blue velvet, all trimmed with swan's down. So they made a gallant sight as they rode along side by side, and all the people shouted from where they crowded across the space from the gentlefolk. Miss? Can you chill out, please? Okay. So the sheriff and his lady came to their place, where men-at-arms with hauberk and spear stood about, waiting for them. Then when the sheriff and his dame had sat down, he bade his herald wind upon his silver horn, who thereupon sounded 3 blasts that came echoing cheerily back from the grey walls of Nottingham. Then the archers stepped forth to their places, while all the folks shouted with a mighty voice, each man calling upon his favorite yeoman. "Red Cap!" cried some. "Cruikshank!" cried others. "Hey, for William and Leslie!" shouted others yet again, while ladies waved silken scarfs to urge each yeoman to do his best. Then the herald stood forth and loudly proclaimed the rules of the game as follows. "Shoot each man from yon mark, which is 70 yards and 10 from the target. 1 arrow shooteth each man first, and from all the archers shall the 10 that shooteth the fairest shafts be chosen for to shoot again. 2 arrows shooteth each man of these 10, then shall the 3 that shoot the fairest shafts be chosen for to shoot again. 3 arrows shooteth each man of those 3, and to him that shooteth the fairest shafts shall the prize be given." Then the sheriff leaned forward, looking keenly among the press of archers to find whether Robin Hood was among them. But no one was there, clad in Lincoln green, such as was worn by Robin and his band. "Nevertheless," said the sheriff to himself, "he may still be there, and I miss him among the crowd of other men. But let me see, when but 10 men shoot, for I wot he will be among the 10, or I know him not." Bro hasn't heard of changing clothes. And now the archers shot, each man in turn, and the good folk never saw such archery as was done that day. 6 arrows were within the clout, 4 within the black, and only 2 smote the outer ring, so that when the last arrow sped and struck the target, all the people shouted aloud, for it was noble shooting. And now but 10 men were left of all those that had shot before, and of these 10, 6 were famous throughout the land, and most of the folk gathered there knew them. These 6 men were Gilbert the Red Cap, Adam of the Dell, Dickon Cruikshank, William of Leslie, Hubert of Cloud, and Swithin of Hertford. 2 others were yeomen of merry Yorkshire. Another was a tall stranger in blue, who said he came from London town, and the last was a tattered stranger in scarlet, who wore a patch over one eye. "Now," quoth the sheriff to a man-at-arms who stood near him, "seest thou Robin Hood among those 10? "Nay, that I do not, your worship," answered the man. 6 of them I know right well. Of those Yorkshire yeomen, one is too tall and the other too short for that bold knave. Robin's beard is as yellow as gold, while yon tattered beggar in scarlet hath a beard of brown, besides being blind of one eye. As for the stranger in blue, Robin's shoulders, I ween, are 3 inches broader than his." "Then," quoth the sheriff, smiting his thigh angrily, "yon knave is a coward as well as a rogue, and dares not show his face among good men and true." He does like smiting his own thigh, doesn't he? "May the one with the fairest shaft win." Yeah. No warped shafts here. No. They're not shooting each other. No, they're shooting at targets. Oh my god. No, it's not crankshaft, it's Dickon Cruikshank. Dickon Cruikshank. Then, after they had rested a short time, those 10 stout men stepped forth to shoot again. Each man shot 2 arrows, and as they shot, not a word was spoken, but all the crowd watched with scarce a breath of sound. But when the last had shot his arrow, another great shout arose, while many cast their caps aloft for joy of such marvelous shooting. "Now, by our gracious lady fair," quoth old Sir Amyas of the Dell, who bowed with 80 years and more, sat near the sheriff, "ne'er saw I such archery in all my life before. Yet have I seen the best hands at the longbow for 60 years and more. And now but 3 men were left of all those who had shot before. One was Gil of the Red Cap, one the tattered stranger in scarlet, and one Adam of the Dell of Tamworth town. Then all the people cried aloud, some crying, "Ho for Gilbert of the Red Cap!" and some, "Hey for stout Adam of Tamworth!" But not a single man in the crowd called upon the stranger in scarlet. "Now, shoot thou well, Gilbert," cried the sheriff, "and if thine be the best shaft." Sorry. You guys have rotted my brain. "And if thine be the best shaft, 50 broad silver pennies will I give to thee beside the prize." Bro, that's not cool. You can't do that. "Truly I will do my best," quoth Gilbert right sturdily. "A man cannot do aught but his best, and that will I strive to do this day." So saying, he drew forth a fair, smooth arrow with a broad feather, and fitted it deftly to the string. Then, drawing his bow with care, he sped the shaft. Straight flew the arrow, and lit fairly in the clout, a finger's breadth from the center. "A Gilbert! A Gilbert!" shouted all the crowd, and "Now, by my faith," cried the sheriff, smiting his hands together, "that is a shrewd shot." The man can't just clap, he has to smite his hands together. Then the tattered stranger stepped forth, and all the people laughed as they saw a yellow patch that showed beneath his arm when he raised his elbow to shoot, and also to see him aim with but one eye. He drew the good yew bow quickly, and quickly loosed a shaft. So short was the time that no man could draw a breath betwixt the drawing and the shooting, yet his arrow lodged nearer the center than the other by twice the length of a barleycorn. Okay, a barleycorn is a unit of measurement, which, wait, I think I have a trivia fact on this. Isn't barleycorns what they use to measure feet for making shoes? Yes, I'm correct. The barleycorn is an English unit of length equal to 1/3 of an inch, or 8.5 millimeters. It is still used as the basis of shoe sizes in English-speaking countries. Here you go. And it is based on the size of an actual grain of barley. Why do you know that? I don't know. I don't know, man. Why does anyone know anything? But now you all know it too, so haha. Chatty Maddie, thank you for the raid. You've never measured your feet in barley? You're missing out, man. It feels really good. Hi Maddie, hello, welcome in Raiders. Maddie, how was your stream tonight? I'll give you a shout out, because I think perhaps my mods have all gone veg. It was productive? Heck yeah, were you working on writing? You guys make sure you're dropping a follow for Chatty Maddie. Are you working on your book? We are reading The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood, and I am having such a fun time with it. Oh my gosh. You were very nearly done book 2. That's so exciting, Matt. That's really fun. That's so exciting. Congrats. Yeah. 10 pages left. Oh my god. That's so exciting. Well, it's awesome to have you guys here. we are, if you're familiar with any, like, of the more popular Robin Hood stories, we're in the shooting competition. Hell, like, even if you've just seen Disney's Fox Robin Hood, this scene is in that film, when the sheriff is trying to catch Robin Hood by hosting a archery competition. So that's what's going on. Hi, Brawl. Hello. So, Maddie, thank you again so much for the raid. You guys make sure you are dropping that follow. And, yeah, feel free to hang out or feel free to raid and run, whatever you need to do, you know, to take care of yourself after your own stream. And, let's see, because Robin has just shot his arrow and he's only 2 barley corns away from the very smack dab center, which we have learned is 2/3 of an inch altogether. You raid and lurk? Well, thank you for the raid and lurk. That works too. The raid and fade, whether that's lurking or running. Yeah, I think he has dyed his beard and hair. Yeah, and he's wearing an eye patch and robes. I feel like he would have been more inconspicuous if he had, like, yeah, dye his hair, but maybe don't go, like, so, like, covered in patches and eye patch, and I don't know, he could have, like, I guess some people know his face, so anyway, okay.
Now, by all the saints in paradise, cried the sheriff, that is a lovely shaft in very truth.
Then Adam of the Dell shot. I'm trying, Durgo. I'm doing my best. Then Adam of the Dell shot, carefully and cautiously, and his arrow lodged close beside the stranger's. Then, after a short space, they all 3 shot again, and once more each arrow lodged within the clout, but this time Adam of the Dells was farthest from the center, and again the tattered stranger's shot was the best. Then, after another time of rest, they all shot for the 3rd time. This time Gilbert took great heed to his aim, keenly measuring the distance and shooting with shrewdest care. Straight flew the arrow, and all shouted till the very flags that waved in the breeze shook with sound, and the rooks and daws flew clamoring about the roofs of the old grey tower, for the shaft had lodged close beside the spot that marked the very center.
Well done, Gilbert,
cried the sheriff right joyously.
fain am I to believe the prize is thine, and fair rightly won.
No,
And right fairly won. Now, thou ragged knave, let me see thee shoot a better shaft than that.
naught spake the stranger, but took his place while all was hushed, and no one spoke or even seemed to breathe, so great was the silence for wonder what he would do. Meanwhile, also, quite still stood the stranger, holding his bow in his hand, while one could count 5. Then he drew his trusty yew, holding it drawn but a moment, then loosed the string. Straight flew the arrow, and so true that it smote a grey goose feather from off Gilbert's shaft, which fell fluttering through the sunlit air as the stranger's arrow lodged close beside his of the red cap, and in the very center. No one spoke a word for a while, and no one shouted, but each man looked into his neighbor's face amazedly.
Nay,
quoth old Adam of the Dell presently, drawing a long breath and shaking his head as he spoke.
20 years and more have I shot shaft, and maybe not all times bad, but I shoot no more this day. for no man can match with yon stranger, whosoe'er he may be.
And then he thrust his shaft into his quiver, rattling, and unstrung his bow without another word. Then the sheriff came down from his dais and drew near, in all his silks and velvets, to where the tattered stranger stood leaning upon his stout bow, while the good folk crowded around to see the man who shot so wondrously well. He fucking quit, he bowed out, yeah. To be fair, this is like the older dude. He's like in his 60s, and he's gotten to the top 3. He doesn't need to win. You know, it's like, this is probably the last time he's gonna be in like a competition. I feel like this is a more honorable way than just like shooting and losing. His shaft gave a quiver as he unstrung without a word. No. He thrust his shaft into the quiver. Important difference.
Here, good fellow, quoth the sheriff, take thou the prize, and well and fairly hast thou won it, I bow. What may be thy name, and whence comest thou? Men do call me Jock o' Teviotdale, and thence I am come,
said the stranger. I don't know what voice to do.
Then, by Our Lady, Jock, thou art the fairest archer that e'er mine eyes beheld, and if thou wilt join my service, I will clothe thee with a better coat than that thou hast upon thy back. Thou shalt eat and drink the best, and at every Christmas-tide 80 marks shall be thy wage. I trow thou drawest better bow than that same coward knave Robin Hood, that dared not show his face here this day. Say, good fellow, wilt thou join my service? I should probably not make him sound like so old. Like, this is Robin, right? So I'm trying to do like a voice that's like an obviously fake voice. Nay, that will I not,
quoth the stranger roughly.
I will be mine own, and no man in all merry England shall be my master. Then get thee gone, and a murrain seize thee.
Okay, they keep saying that. What is a murrain? Murrain? It's, oh shit, an archaic term for an infectious disease. Pestilence. Oh my god. Specifically one that usually affects like farm animals. So it's both dehumanizing and just like rude as well. I know what pestilence is. Yeah. I didn't know what murrain is. I haven't heard that. They kept saying murrain sees you, and I kept picturing some like enormous bird swooping down and grabbing people. And I was like, I know that's not correct. I was enjoying the mental picture, but I knew it wasn't right. But yeah, the word murrain is an antiquated term covering various infectious diseases affecting cattle and sheep. The word originates from Middle English morain or morine, in parallel to late Latin morina, a probable derivative of Latin mori, which means death. Okay. Howard uses it at least once. Oh, maybe I thought it meant bird in that too. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Then get thee gone, and a murrain seize thee, cried the sheriff,
and his voice trembled with anger.
And by my faith and troth, I've a good part of a mind to have thee beaten for thine insolence.
Then he turned upon his heel and strode away. It was a right motley company that gathered about the noble greenwood tree in Sherwood's depths that same day. 80 and more of barefoot friars were there, and some that looked like tinkers, and some that seemed to be sturdy beggars and rustic hinds, and seated upon a mossy couch was one all clad in tattered scarlet, with a patch over one eye, and in his hand he held the golden arrow
that was the prize of the great shooting match. Then, amidst a noise of talking and laughter, he took the patch from off his eye and stripped away the scarlet rags from off his body, and showed himself all clothed in fair Lincoln green. And quoth he, Easy come these things away, but walnut stain cometh not so speedily from yellow hair. Then all laughed louder than before, for it was Robin Hood himself that had won the prize from the sheriff's very hands. Then all sat down to the woodland feast, and talked among themselves of the merry jest that had been played upon the sheriff, and of the adventures that had befallen each member of the band in his disguise. But when the feast was done, Robin Hood took Little John apart. Oh, from the group. From the group. Okay, sorry. But when the feast was done... Stop it. Just split them in two. Alright. But when the feast was done, Robin Hood took Little John apart and said, Truly, I am vexed in my blood, for I heard the sheriff say today, Thou shootest better than that coward knave Robin Hood, that dared not show his face here this day. I would fain let him know who it was who won the golden arrow from out his hand, and also that I am no coward, such as he takes me to be. Then Little John said, Good master, take thou me and Will Stutely, and we will send yon fat sheriff news of all this by a messenger, such as he doth not expect. That day, the sheriff sat... Sorry, I've still got the giggles. I'm trying to keep it together, I'm sorry. Cleft in twain. He has the fairest shaft in all the land, you guys. That day, the sheriff sat at meat in the great hall of his house at Nottingham town. Long tables stood down the hall, at which sat men-at-arms and household servants, and good, stout villains. Footnote, when they say villain here, they don't mean evil people. Those are bond servants. And good stout villains in all 80 and more. There they talked of the day's shooting as they ate their meat and quaffed their ale. The sheriff sat at the head of the table upon a raised seat under a canopy, and beside him sat his dame. Bond villains? Wait. By my troth, said he, I did reckon full roundly that knave Robin Hood would be at the game today. I did not think that he was such a coward. But who could that saucy knave be who answered me to my beard so bravely? I wonder that I did not have him beaten. But there was something about him that spoke of other things than rags and tatters. Then, even as he finished speaking, something fell, rattling among the dishes on the table, while those that sat near started up, wondering what it might be. After a while, one of the men-at-arms gathered courage enough to pick it up and bring it to the sheriff. Then everyone saw that it was a blunted, grey goose shaft, with a fine scroll about the thickness of a goose quill tied near to its head. The sheriff opened the scroll and glanced at it, while the veins upon his forehead swelled and his cheeks grew ruddy with rage as he read. For this is what he saw. Now heaven bless thy grace this day, say all in sweet Sherwood, for thou didst give the prize away to merry Robin Hood. Whence came this? Cried the sheriff in a mighty voice. Oh, even through the window, your worship,
quote the man who had handed the shaft to him. I don't know why I made that man so scared. Oh, your worship. Oh, he came through the window. End of chapter. Yeah, you know, you don't want an arrow flying by when you're sitting down to sup. Oh, I'm just a Bond villain. The only Canadian? What are you saying? The Canadians are scared? No, Maddie, there's like so many innuendos in that. I mean, they're not innuendos. They're not meant to be, but we're just all brain rotted, I guess. Oh, the accent. Oh, it came over there, eh? Or degenerate? I guess so. Val said butts so many times tonight I haven't needed. Dude, it's all shafts and butts and stout lustiness. It's a wild ride. Okay. Do we read one more? Do you guys want one more? How are you feeling? Ah, jeez, it came right over there, eh? Yeah? Okay. So, I have to take yet another break. It's my second break, but just because my back is, being angy a little bit. I think it's fine, but I'm gonna take a break, stretch it, 5 minutes, okay? And then I would love to read another one. I would. Okay. I'll be back within 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry for the wait. I needed to do like a proper longer stretch. Okay. Bath salts is not here. Okay, noted. Okay. All right. Let's read another one. I don't know if this will be the last one or not. That is entirely dependent on my back, okay? Are you laughing at me? Yeah, we will see. We shall see. Queso celebration? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you, thank you. And, you know, reminder again, not pressure, not meant to be pressure, but just like genuine reminder, and like maybe we have people in here that weren't aware of it before. We are also streaming this over on YouTube. It's the first link there, and oh, thank you for the hearts over there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, watching over there does help with the watch hours needed to unlock the partner program, so appreciate anyone who is able to help with that. But as always, this is just meant for information. What I most want, obviously, is for you guys to enjoy the stories, however that works for you. Okay. All right. Let me wet my whistle so that I can read. Okay. You'll lurk on vote. Thank you, Duke. I appreciate that. That really does help a lot. Thank you. Will Stutely rescued by his companions. I don't know why he's called Will Stutely here. I'm pretty sure this is the Will Scarlet character. Will Scarlet is such a better name, but Afro Prime Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. Now, when the sheriff found that neither law nor guile could overcome Robin Hood, he was much perplexed, and said to himself, "Fool that I am! Had I not told our king of Robin Hood, I would not have gotten myself into such a coil. But now I must either take him captive or have wrath visited upon my head from his most gracious majesty. I have tried law, and I have tried guile, and I have failed in both. So I will try what may be done with might." Thus communing within himself, he called his constables together and told them what was in his mind. "Now take ye each 4 men, all armed in proof," said he, "and get ye gone to the forest at different points, and lie in wait for this same Robin Hood. But if any constable finds too many men against him, let him sound a horn, and then let each band within hearing come with all speed, and join the party that calls them. Thus, I think, shall we take this green-clad knave. Furthermore, to him that first meeteth with Robin Hood shall 100 pounds of silver money be given, if he be brought to me dead
or alive. And to him that meeteth with any of his band shall 20 pounds be given, if such be brought to me, dead or alive. So be ye bold, and be ye crafty. So thus they went in 60 companies of 5 to Sherwood Forest to take Robin Hood, each constable wishing that he might be the one to find the bold outlaw, or at least one of his band. For 7 days and nights they hunted through the forest glades, but never saw so much as a single man in Lincoln Green. For tidings of all this had been brought to Robin Hood by trusty Edom of the Blue Boar, so the landlord of the pub. You love the phrase, "get ye gone." Gandalf says it to the mouth of Sauron. Well, it must be good then, yeah. When he first heard the news, Robin said, "If the sheriff dare send force to meet force, woe will it be for him and many a better man besides, for blood will flow, and there will be great trouble for all. But fain would I shun blood in battle, and fain would I not deal sorrow to womenfolk and wives, because good stout yeomen lose their lives. Once I slew a man, and never do I wish to slay a man again, for it is bitter for the soul to think thereon. So now we will abide silently in Sherwood Forest, so that it may be well for all. But should we be forced to defend ourselves or any of our band, then let each man draw bow and brand with might and main." At this speech, many of the band shook their heads and said to themselves, "Now the sheriff will think that we are cowards, and folk will scoff throughout the countryside, saying that we fear to meet these men." But they said nothing aloud, swallowing their words and doing as Robin bade them. Thus they hid in the depths of Sherwood Forest for 7 days and 7 nights, and never showed their faces abroad in all that time. But early in the morning of the 8th day, Robin Hood called the band together and said, "Now, who will go and find what the sheriff's men are? Who will go and find what the sheriff's men are at by this time? For I know right well they will not bide forever within Sherwood shades." At this a great shout arose, and each man waved his bow aloft and cried that he might be the one to go. Then Robin Hood's heart was proud when he looked around on his stout, brave fellows, and he said, "Brave and true are ye all, my merry men, and a right stout band of good fellows are ye. But ye cannot all go, so I will choose one from among you, and it shall be good Will Stutely, for he is as sly as e'er an old dog fox in Sherwood Forest." Then Will Stutely leapt high aloft and laughed loudly, clapping his hands for pure joy that he should have been chosen from among them all. "Now thanks, good master," quoth he, "and if I bring not news of those knaves to thee, call me no more thy sly Will Stutely." Then he clad himself in a friar's gown, and underneath the robe he hung a good broadsword in such a place that he could easily lay hands upon it. Thus clad, he set forth upon his quest until he came to the verge of the forest, and so to the highway. He saw 2 bands of the Nimbus? It's funny that she actually kind of responds to me scolding her. She's like, "You saw that?" He saw 2 bands of the sheriff's men, yet he turned neither to the right nor the left, but only drew his cowl the closer over his face, folding his hands as if in meditation. So at last he came to the sign of the Blue Boar. "For," quoth he to himself, "our good friend Edom will tell me all the news." Hello, welcome in. I love men with glasses. Hello, hello. I'm really curious.
Do you yourself love men with glasses? Or are you a man with glasses and so you made your name that so that when you go into streams, other people say it to you? Or both? At the sign of the Blue Boar, he found a band of the sheriff's men drinking right lustily. So, without speaking to anyone, he sat down upon a distant bench, his staff in his hand, and his head bowed forward as though he were meditating. Thus he sat, waiting until he might see the landlord apart, and Edom did not know him, but thought him to be some poor, tired friar. So he let him sit without saying a word to him or molesting him, though he liked not the cloth. Right. For, said he to himself, it is a hard heart that kicks the lame dog from off the sill. That's the landlord. Doesn't know that it's Will yet. Not a man. Do love men with glasses, though, so the first one, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, welcome. As Stutely sat thus, there came a great house cat and rubbed against his knee, raising his robe a palm's breadth high. Stutely pushed his robe quickly down again, but the constable who commanded the sheriff's men saw what had passed, and saw also fair Lincoln green beneath the friar's robe. He said nothing at the time, but communed within himself in this wise. Yon is no friar of orders grey, and also, I wot, no honest yeoman goeth about in priest's garb, nor doth a thief go so for naught. Now I think in good sooth that is one of Robin Hood's own men. So presently he said aloud, O holy father, wilt thou not take a good pot of March beer to slake thy thirsty soul withal? But Stutely shook his head silently, for he said to himself, maybe there be those here who know my voice. Then the constable said again, Whither goest thou, holy friar, upon this hot summer's day? I go a pilgrim to Canterbury town, answered Will Stutely, speaking gruffly so that none might know his voice. Oh, men with glasses, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Then the constable said, for the third time, Now tell me, holy father, do pilgrims to Canterbury wear good Lincoln green beneath their robes? Ha! By my faith, I take thee to be some lusty thief, perhaps one of Robin Hood's own band. Now, by Our Lady's grace, if thou movest hand or foot, I will run thee through the body with my sword. Then he flashed forth his bright sword and leapt upon Will Stutely, thinking he would take him unaware. But Stutely had his own sword tightly held in his hand beneath his robe, so he drew it forth before the constable came upon him. Then the stout constable struck a mighty blow, but he struck no more in all that fight, for Stutely, parrying the blow right deftly, smote the constable back again with all his might. Then he would have escaped, but could not, for the other, all dizzy with the wound and with the flowing blood, seized him by the knees with his arms, even as he reeled and fell. Then the others rushed upon him, and Stutely struck again at another of the sheriff's men. But the steel cap glanced the blow, and though the blade bit deep, it did not kill. Meanwhile, the constable, fainting as he was, drew Stutely downward, and the others, seeing the yeoman hampered so, rushed upon him again, and one smote him a blow upon the crown so that the blood ran down his face and blinded him. Then, staggering, he fell, and all sprang upon him, though he struggled so manfully that they could hardly hold him fast. Then they bound him with stout hempen cords,
so that they could not move either hand or foot, and thus they overcame him. Dude needs to learn some new adjectives. Everything is stout. Everything is stout. Robin Hood stood under the greenwood tree, thinking of Will Stutely and how he might be faring, when suddenly he saw two of his stout yeomen come running down the forest path, and betwixt them ran buxom Macon of the Blue Boar. Then Robin's heart fell, for he knew they were the bearers of ill tidings. "Will Stutely hath been taken," cried they, when they had come to where he stood. "And is it thou that hast brought such doleful news?" said Robin to the lass. "Ay, marry, for I saw it all," cried she, panting as the hare pants when it has escaped the hounds. "And I fear he is wounded sore, for one smote him main shrewdly in the crown. They have bound him and taken him to Nottingham town, and ere I left the Blue Boar I heard that he should be hanged tomorrow day." "He shall not be hanged tomorrow day," cried Robin. "Or, if he be, full many a one shall gnaw the sod, and many shall have cause to cry, alack a day." And then he clapped his horn to his lips, and blew 3 blasts right loudly, and presently his good yeomen came running through the greenwood, until 70 bold blades were gathered around him. "Now, hark you all," cried Robin. "Our dear companion, Will Stutely, hath been taken by that vile sheriff's men. Therefore doth it behoove us to take bow and brand in hand to bring him off again. For I wot that we ought to risk life and limb for him, as he hath risked life and limb for us. Is it not so, my merry men all?" Then all cried, "Aye," with a great voice. 70, that's like 140 people. Yeah, he's gained people. Like originally, it was saying that he had 50, but he's added to his ranks. Yep. So the next day, they all wended their way from Sherwood Forest, but by different paths, for it behooved them to be very crafty. So the band separated into parties of 2s and 3s, which were all to meet again in a tangled dell that lay near to Nottingham town. Then, when they had all gathered together at the place of meeting, Robin spoke to them thus. "Now, we will lie here in ambush until we can get news, for it doth behoove us to be cunning and wary if we would bring our friend Will Stutely off from the sheriff's clutches." So they lay hidden a long time, until the sun stood high in the sky. 140 longbow would be a decent infantry contingent on a medieval battlefield. There are historical battles with less than 140 people involved. Yeah, he's got a good crew at this point. I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to remember how big and dense Sherwood Forest is. Like, it'd been there, but it just, I don't know what it would have been like at the time. Look, I'm from, like our forests are kind of a big deal, and, English forests did not feel like forests to me. I don't know. But maybe it was, like, denser back in the day, probably. Yeah. Kind of like a small park. Yeah. Yeah. And, the trees weren't, like, very close together or very tall. Like, it was pretty. I would have called it, like, a wood. Like, a little woods, as opposed to a forest, but you could easily hide 140 people in something like Central Park.
feel like Central Park might be bigger than Sherwood Forest. I'm not sure. Storm Rider, hi. We're not doing trigger redeems tonight because we're doing our Mythology Monday, but it's good to see you. Yeah, I mean, Sherwood Forest might have been bigger. It's 1,049 acres. A small fraction of its original size when it was a royal hunting ground of about 100,000 acres. Okay. Okay. So, it was much bigger. Okay. Once you've seen redwoods, all the other trees are kind of puny. Yeah, but like not, you don't even have to go as much as like redwoods, but like we have a lot of like Douglas firs around here. 100k acres. Yeah, that so it was a lot bigger back in the day. I was just thinking like, how are you hiding all these people in like this little wood? You didn't have the points anyways. Okay, well, you're welcome to stay and hang out, and then you'll be earning points for future redeems. Okay, sorry, my mind was just wanted answers. I didn't say that. I mean, I did, but I didn't mean to. Okay. So they lay hidden a long time, until the sun stood high in the sky. The day was warm, and the dusty road was bare of travelers, except an aged palmer who walked slowly along the high road that led close beside the grey castle wall of Nottingham town. When Robin saw that no other wayfarer was within sight, he called young David of Doncaster, who was a shrewd man for his years, and said to him, "Now get thee forth, young David, and speak to yonder palmer that walks beside the town wall, for he hath come but now from Nottingham town, and may tell thee news of good Stutely, perchance." It's a third the size of New York City. What the current size of Sherwood Forest? Or so David strode forth, and when he came up to the pilgrim, he saluted him and said, "Good morrow, holy father, and canst thou tell me when Will Stutely will be hanged upon the gallows tree? I fain would not miss the sight, for I have come from afar to see so sturdy a rogue hanged." "Now, out upon thee, young man," cried the palmer, "that thou shouldst speak so when a good stout man is to be hanged for nothing but guarding his own life." And he struck his staff upon the ground in anger. "Alas, say I, that this thing should be, for even this day, toward evening, when the sun falleth low, he shall be hanged, 80 rods from the great town gate of Nottingham, where 3 roads meet. For there the sheriff sweareth he shall die, as a warning to all outlaws in Nottinghamshire. But yet, I say again, alas, for though Robin Hood and his band may be outlaws, yet he taketh only from the rich and the strong and the dishonest man. For there is not a poor widow nor a peasant with many children nigh to Sherwood, but has barley flour enough all the year long through him. It grieves my heart to see one as gallant as this Stutely die, for I have been a good Saxon yeoman in my day, ere I turned palmer, and well I know a stout hand and one that smiteth shrewdly at a cruel Norman or a proud abbot with fat money bags. Had good Stutely's master but known how his man was compassed about with perils, perhaps he might send succor to bring him out of the hand of his enemies." "Ay, marry, that is true," cried the young man. "If Robin and his men be nigh this place, I wot right well they will strive to bring him forth from his peril. But fare thee well, thou good old man, and believe me, if Will Stutely die, he shall be right well avenged." And then he turned and strode rapidly away, but the palmer looked after him, muttering,
I wot that youth is no country hind that hath come to see a good man die. Well, well, perchance Robin Hood is not so far away, but that there will be stout doings this day. So he went upon his way, muttering to himself. When David of Doncaster told Robin Hood what the palmer had said to him, Robin called the band around him and spoke to them thus. Now, let us get straightway into Nottingham town and mix ourselves with the people there. But keep you one another in sight, pressing as near the prisoner and his guards as ye can. When they come outside the walls, strike no man without need, for I would fain avoid bloodshed. But if ye do strike, strike hard, and see that there be no need to strike again. Then keep all together until we come again to Sherwood, and let no man leave his fellows. The sun was low in the western sky when a bugle note sounded from the castle wall. Then all was bustle in Nottingham town, and crowds filled the streets, for all knew that the famous Will Stutely was to be hanged that day. Presently the castle gates opened wide, and a great array of men-at-arms came forth with noise and clatter, the sheriff, all clad in shining mail of linked chain, riding at their head. Waxtooth Grin, yes, it is live. Hello, welcome in. Nice to meet you. In the midst of all the guard, in a cart, with a halter about his neck, rode Will Stutely. His face was pale with his wound and with loss of blood, like the moon in broad daylight, and his fair hair was clotted in points upon his forehead, where the blood had hardened. When he came forth from the castle, he looked up, and he looked down, but though he saw some faces that showed pity, and some that showed friendliness, he saw none that he knew. Oh, thank you for the follow, Waxtooth. Welcome. Then his heart sank within him like a plummet of lead, but nevertheless he spoke up boldly. "Give a sword into my hands, Sir Sheriff," said he, "and wounded man though I be, I will fight thee and all thy men, till life and strength be gone." "Nay, thou naughty varlet," quoth the sheriff, turning his head and looking right grimly upon Will Stutely, "thou shalt have no sword, but shall die a mean death, as beseemeth a vile thief like thee." "Then do but untie my hands, and I will fight thee and thy men with no weapon, but only my naked fists. I crave no weapon, but let me not be meanly hanged this day." Then the sheriff laughed aloud. "Why, how now?" quoth he. "Is thy proud stomach quailing? Shriv thyself, thou vile knave, for I mean that thou shalt hang this day, and that where 3 roads meet, so that all men shall see thee hang, for carrion crows and daws to peck at." "Oh, thou dastard heart!" cried Will Stutely, gnashing his teeth at the sheriff. "Thou coward hind! If ever my good master meet thee, thou shalt pay dearly for this day's work. He doth scorn thee, and so do all brave hearts. Knowest thou not that thou and thy name are jests upon the lips of every brave yeoman? Such a one as thou art, thou wretched craven, will never be able to subdue bold Robin Hood." "Ha!" cried the sheriff in a rage. "Is it even so? Am I a jest with thy master, as thou callest him? Now I will make a jest of thee, and a sorry jest withal, for I will quarter thee limb from limb after thou art hanged." And then he spurred his horse forward, and said no more to Stutely. Damn, that was intense. So, okay, let me recap a little bit if you're having trouble following along. Will is getting hanged, right?
he asks that he can die a fighter's death. He's like, hell, don't even give me my sword. I will go in barefisted against all your men. Like, obviously I will die from it. But let me die as a fighter instead of being hanged, which is a more lowly, cowardly death. And the sheriff is like, no, you're getting hanged. And moreover, I'm gonna hang you at this really, like, public place where there's a lot of, like, passers-by, so everyone will see your shame, and the birds will peck at you. And then Will fucking snaps and tells him, like, we all laugh at you, you're a fucking coward. Basically says all these, like, horrible, like, but deserved things to him. And this pisses off the sheriff so much, he's like, oh yeah? Well, now not only am I gonna hang you, but after you're hanged, I'm gonna quarter your body. Which is basically tying each limb to a different horse and making them run in different directions and tearing your body to bits. It's very, like, a way to shame you, even though you're already dead at that point. Hi, Nismo. Sleep well. Also, I noticed something interesting. It's just, like, proving, like, what a... Sorry, this is a little detour. But what a long history there is as using, basically putting misogyny into insults. So, as you know, like, a very, very common insult is to call someone a bitch, right? Which back in the day just meant a female dog, right? I mean, it still does, technically. But it's very clear you're calling someone a female dog, not just a dog, right? He calls the sheriff, he says, thou coward hind. Just like earlier I said, a hart was a stag, a hind is a doe. So he's calling him a female deer. So he's just, like, adding that little bit of misogyny. Like, not only are you a cowardly deer, which deer are very skittish animals, cowardly animal, but you're a female cowardly animal. Anyways, that just jumped out at me. Hanging was sometimes done until they were near dead, and then they'd be quartered. Yeah, maybe. He says, after thou art hanged. I guess he doesn't really say, like, hang till death or not. Anyway, it's just interesting. I've never seen a hind as an insult before, but okay. That was an intense scene, though. Good night, Visanon. Good night, good night. Also, I'm sorry. I think I got, like, extra loud during that scene. I wanted to do it justice, but I'm sorry if that was, like, uncomfortably loud. Bambi's mommy, a hind. So hart and hind are used, like, specifically in England, so it's specific kind. Is it just for fallow deer? Like, in North America, you would say, like, stag and doe. There's also buck, right? Anyways, so there's different words. Yeah. Okay. At last, they came to the great town gate, through which Stutely saw the fair country beyond, with hills and dales all clothed in verdure, and far away the dusky line of Sherwood skirts. Then when he saw the slanting sunlight lying on field and fallow, shining redly here and there on cot and farmhouse, and when he heard the sweet birds singing their vespers, and the sheep bleating upon the hillside, and beheld the swallows flying in the bright air, there came a great fullness to his heart, so that all things blurred to his sight through salt tears, and he bowed his head, lest the folk should think him unmanly when they saw the tears in his eyes. Thus he kept his head bowed till they had passed through the gate and were outside the walls of the town. But when he looked up again, he felt his heart leap within him, and then stand
still for pure joy, for he saw the face of one of his own dear companions of merry Sherwood. Then, glancing quickly around, he saw well-known faces upon all sides of him, crowding closely upon the men-at-arms who were guarding him. Then, of a sudden, the blood sprang to his cheeks, for he saw for a moment his own good master in the press, and, seeing him, knew that Robin Hood and all his band were there. Yet betwixt him and them was a line of men-at-arms. "Now, stand back!" cried the sheriff in a mighty voice, for the crowd pressed around on all sides. "What mean ye, varlets, that you push upon us so? Stand back, I say!" Then came a bustle and a noise, and one strove to push between the men-at-arms so as to reach the cart, and Stutely saw that it was Little John that made all that stir. "Oh, stand thou back!" cried one of the men-at-arms, whom Little John pushed with his elbows. "Now stand thou back thine own self," quoth Little John, and straightway smote the man a buffet beside his head that felled him, as a butcher fells an ox, and then he leapt to the cart where Stutely sat. I pray thee take leave of thy friends ere thou diest, Will," quoth he, "or maybe I will die with thee, if thou must die, for I could never have better company." Then with one stroke he cut the bonds that bound the other's arms and legs, and Stutely leapt straightway from the cart. "Hell yeah!" And he did it with a quip. We love a good quip. "Now, as I live," cried the sheriff, "yon varlet I know right well is a sturdy rebel. Take him, I bid you all, and let him not go." So saying, he spurred his horse upon Little John, and, rising in his stirrups, smote with might and main. But Little John ducked quickly underneath the horse's belly, and the blow whistled harmlessly over his head. "Nay, good Sir Sheriff," cried he, leaping up again when the blow had passed, "I must e'en borrow thy most worshipful sword." Thereupon he twitched the weapon deftly from out of the sheriff's hand. "Here, Stutely," he cried, "the sheriff hath lent thee thy sword." Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm losing control of my tongue here. "The sheriff hath lent thee his sword. Back to back with me, man, and defend thyself, for help is nigh." "Down with them!" bellowed the sheriff in a voice like an angry bull, and he spurred his horse upon the two who now stood back to back, forgetting, in his rage, that he had no weapon with which to defend himself. "Stand back, sheriff!" cried Little John, and even as he spoke, a bugle horn sounded shrilly, and a cloth-yard shaft whistled within an inch of the sheriff's head. Then came a swaying hither and thither, and oaths, cries and groans, and clashing of steel, and swords flashed in the setting sun, and a score of arrows whistled through the air. And some cried, "Help! Help!" and some, "A rescue! A rescue!" "Treason!" cried the sheriff in a loud voice. "Bear back! Bear back! Else we be all dead men!" Thereupon he reined his horse backward through the thickest of the crowd. Now, Robin Hood and his band might have slain half of the sheriff's men had they desired to do so, but they let them push out of the press and get them gone, only sending a bunch of arrows after them to hurry them in their flight. "Oh, stay!" shouted Will Stutely after the sheriff. "Thou wilt never catch bold Robin Hood if thou dost not stand to meet him face to face." But the sheriff, bowing along his horse's back, made no answer, but only spurred the faster. What did you say that got him on it? Oh! Oh my god, Nismo. Jesus. Oh, you're fine. Automod thought the phrase, "give me his sword," was too sexual.
Okay, Automod. None of us were thinking that. Automod's just like calling themselves out for having a dirty mind. Belle was thinking I was not thinking it. Oh my god. Automod. Crazy. Then Will Stutely turned to Little John and looked him in the face till the tears ran down from his eyes and he wept aloud. And kissing his friend's cheeks, "Oh, Little John," quoth he, "mine own true friend, and he that I love better than man or woman in all the world beside. Little did I reckon to see thy face this day, or to meet thee this side paradise." Little John could make no answer, but wept also. Then Robin Hood gathered his band together in a close rank, with Will Stutely in the midst, and thus they moved slowly away toward Sherwood, and were gone, as a storm cloud moves away from the spot where a tempest has swept the land. But they left 10 of the sheriff's men lying along the ground, wounded. Some more, some less, yet no one knew who smote them down. Thus, the sheriff of Nottingham tried thrice to take Robin Hood, and failed each time. And the last time he was frightened, for he felt how near he had come to losing his life. So he said, "These these men fear neither God nor man, nor king, nor king's officers. I would sooner lose mine office than my life, so I will trouble them no more." So he kept close within his castle for many a day, and dared not show his face outside his own household. And all the time he was gloomy, and would speak to no one, for he was ashamed of what had happened that day. Okay, end of chapter. Oh my god, these stories are so good. Like, we're not gonna be able to finish this book tonight. We're like 18% through. But like, I want to read more of them than we can read tonight. What do you guys think? Like, obviously we need to finish The Patchwork Girl of Oz, but would you guys want to hear more of these stories? You look all different? What do you mean? Yeah, return to this after Patchwork. Yeah. This is so much fun? Okay, good. Yay! Now I am up to read another if you guys want. I feel like I'll need like another 5-minute break. I am losing a little bit of like oral control. We're at 4.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Just like I'm stumbling over words a little bit more. Maybe you're a biased chaos being? Can you allow my message? Oh, sorry. What? Oh. Sorry, when I'm on the multi-chat instead of just Twitch chat, those things don't get highlighted, so. You'd feel good with stopping here? Okay, but the next story is called Robin Hood Turns Butcher. Maybe they mean literally. Maybe he just like literally trains as a butcher. Or maybe he starts killing everyone. I don't know. Ooh. But yeah, this is gritty. What do we think? I would have to take a break. You're gonna try to get some sleep and watch the rest on VOD? Okay, sounds good, Hades. Thank you for hanging out. They don't come much butcher than that. Oh, break then one more. Mad respect for them only dropping a few of the sheriff's men. Yeah, and didn't even kill them, right? Just like dropped them. Yeah. Robin Hood turns butcher and your whole head went, get out of the gutter. Okay. Alright. Well, I do need to take a little bit of a break then. It'll be around 5 minutes. Let's be stout and lusty readers. Hell yeah. That's what we do. And then I think this will be the last though, because even if I wanted to go longer, I don't think I'll be able to. Like, I think it'll be a mess. Me trying to read it. There may have been the occasional dead man, but not very many of them were downed at all. And it sounds like at least most of them were just injured instead of dead. So. Yeah. Alright, okay. Break time. Wait? Okay. What's up, Pirithus? What's up? Is that something you can post in the Discord? I'm gonna be so honest with you, I'm not looking that up in my 5 minutes of break. But you can, as music, post it in the music channel in the Discord. I can take a look at it later. Okay. Also, if anyone is feeling super generous or wants to help, if you want to pop over to the YouTube and just like give a thumbs up to the video, that would help. We're really trying to get the channel off the ground. So that would be super awesome. Or sub if you haven't yet. That would be amazing. But yeah, I'll be back in 5-ish and we'll read about how on earth Robin Hood could become any more of a butch. Okay. See you soon. Yeah, I'm not a professional voice actor. I just really love reading books. Yeah. Yeah. Also, thank you to Zen and Perithus and Adrian for subbing over on YouTube. But you are? I mean, I've never like been like voice acted. No. I was gonna say I've never been paid to voice act, but like I mean, like obviously I make money from streaming where I do this, but like, yeah, no, I've never like done professional voice acting. I could see myself at some point doing like an audiobook, but I haven't yet. I just like reading books aloud and sharing literature and yeah. Just because you aren't formally trained doesn't mean you aren't making money doing voiceover work. I mean, true, but like not, I'm not being hired by anyone. It's all just me doing my own thing. So, yeah. Is that the difference? It's definitely for. Wait, what is that face there, Nomad? Are you sassing me? You're my favorite narrator? Oh, Artax, thank you. You're not recognized yet? Well, Crimean, I mean, to be fair, I've never, like, applied for a voice acting part or, you know, like, it's just not something that I've done yet. The subs and biddies beg to... No, this is why I, like, paused and I didn't just immediately say it, because, like, yeah, technically I make money by doing voice stuff, but it's all just, like, me doing my own thing. Yeah, like I've never like applied for a role or like been hired by anyone to do this, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Should we get back into it? Shall we, shall we? But yeah, thank you to everyone who is supporting over on the YouTube. I really do appreciate it. I'm really excited at the idea of getting these off the ground. So, all those little bits of support, which I hope are like, you know, easy and they're definitely free for you guys. Really, really appreciate it. For the enjoyment of it. Yes. Yeah. I love it. I love it so much. I love reading books and talking about books, and that's how a lot of VAs start. Self-employment isn't real. Get out of here, Chompy. You know what I mean, though, you guys. I'm not trying to, like, belittle what I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to step on toes of people who are, like, working in the industry or, like, trying to work in the industry. Like if someone asks what I do, like, I've never said voice actor, so it could be fun to do at some point, but I got into doing this not because I wanted to be a voice actor, although now I think that sounds like fun. It's because I love books and I love sharing books, sharing literature, so Bonk Sniper. Anyway, yeah, but I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I really, really, really am glad. And yeah, I think it would be cool to do like voice acting, or I've actually thought about it before. I was like, because you know, you see sometimes people putting up ads for like even like free little gigs because it's like for a mod or something, and so they're just looking for like, but you don't need to be experienced, right? And it would be fun to just try it out, do some little bits of voice acting for like, I don't know, game mods or something. And it would be cool to do audiobooks. You also do hosting. That's a whole different additional skill set, Right. Yeah. I like the hosting. That's a nice way to phrase it. Yeah. Yeah. Bring back the bat hole, but it's not spooky season anymore. Almost every bit of nonsense recorded for The Sims is re-recorded in the booth for each version. Wow. Dang. Okay. We've got one more story to read, you guys. Tonight. But we will probably need to spend like 3 more streams reading Patchwork Girl of Oz. And then I would like to come back to this and read more of this. You're gonna sleepy lurk to your professionally relaxing voice. Well, thank you. Thank you, Damon. Sleep well. It's always so good to see you. You have books on the shelves even though it's not book season? Bro, it's always book season. Yeah, Tone. It's always book season. What do you mean? Okay. Robin Hood turns butcher, and the lesbians rejoice. Now, after all these things had happened, and it became known to Robin Hood how the sheriff had tried 3 times to make him captive, he said to himself, "If I have the chance, I will make our worshipful sheriff pay right well for that which he hath done to me." He's a twink no more. Same logic applies to Bat Hole? No, that's not how it works. $400 for 4 hours of speaking Simlish? Yeah, that's not bad. Alright. If I have the chance, I will make our worshipful sheriff pay right well for that which he hath done to me. Maybe I may bring him sometime into Sherwood Forest, and have him to a right merry feast with us. For when Robin Hood caught a baron, or a squire, or a fat abbot or bishop, he brought them to the greenwood tree, and feasted them before he lightened their purses. But in the meantime, Robin Hood and his band lived quietly in Sherwood Forest, without showing their faces abroad, for Robin knew that it would not be wise for him to be seen in the neighbourhood of Nottingham, those in authority being very wroth with him. But though they did not go abroad, they lived a merry life within the woodlands, spending the days in shooting at garlands hung upon a willowy wand at the end of the glade, the leafy aisles ringing with merry jests and laughter. For whoever missed the garland was given a sound buffet, which, if delivered by Little John, never failed to topple over the unfortunate yeoman. Then they had bouts of wrestling and of cudgel play, so that every day they gained in skill and strength. It's just boys being boys. Just some light cudgel play under the garlands of flowers. Thus they dwelt for nearly a year. And in that time, Robin Hood often turned over in his mind many means of making an even score with the sheriff. At last he began to fret at his confinement, so one day he took up his stout cudgel and set forth to seek adventure, strolling blithely along until he came to the edge of Sherwood. There, as he rambled along the sunlit road, he met a lusty young butcher driving a fine mare and riding in a stout new cart, all hung about with meat. Merrily whistled the butcher as he jogged along, for he was going to the market, and the day was fresh and sweet, making his heart blithe within him.
Good morrow to thee, jolly fellow, quoth Robin. Thou seemest happy this merry morn. Ay, that I am, quoth the jolly butcher, and why should I not be so? Am I not hale in wind and limb? Have I not the bonniest lass in all Nottinghamshire? And lastly, am I not to be married to her on Thursday next in sweet Locksley town? Ah, said Robin, thou comest from Locksley town. Well do I know that fair place for miles about, and well do I know each hedgerow and gentle pebbly stream, and even all the bright little fishes therein, for there I was born and bred. Now, where goest thou with thy meat, my fair friend? Well, I go to the market at Nottingham town, to sell my beef and my mutton, answered the butcher. But who art thou that comest from Locksley town? A yeoman am I, and men do call me Robin Hood. Now, by Our Lady's grace, cried the butcher, well do I know thy name, and many a time have I heard thy deeds both sung and spoken of. But heaven forbid that thou shouldst take aught of me. An honest man am I, and have wronged neither man nor maid, so trouble me not, good master, as I have never troubled thee. Nay, heaven forbid indeed, quoth Robin, that I should take from such as thee, jolly fellow. Not so much as 1 farthing would I take from thee, for I love a fair Saxon face like thine right well, more especially when it cometh from Locksley town, and most especially when the man that owneth it is to marry a bonny lass on Thursday next. But come, tell me for what price thou wilt sell me all of thy meat, and thy horse and cart. Well, at 4 marks do I value meat, cart, and mare, quoth the butcher, but if I do not sell all my meat, I will not have 4 marks in value. Then Robin Hood plucked the purse from his girdle, and quoth he, Here in this purse are 6 marks. Now, I would fain to be a butcher for the day, and sell my meat in Nottingham town. Wilt thou close a bargain with me, and take 6 marks for thine outfit? Now, may the blessings of all the saints fall on thine honest head, cried the butcher, right joyfully, as he leapt down from his cart and took the purse that Robin held out to him. Nay, quoth Robin, laughing loudly, many do like me and wish me well, but few call me honest. Now, get thee gone back to thy lass, and give her a sweet kiss from me. So saying, he donned the butcher's apron, and, climbing into the cart, he took the reins in his hand, and drove off through the forest to Nottingham town. He just wants to sell his meat. Yeah. He's not marrying the mare. This is not Gulliver. The jokes write themselves. It's tough not to be at least a little immature while we read this. Does anyone get the feeling that, like, if this Robin Hood was around nowadays, he would be like a YouTuber, or like, watch me be a butcher for a day. I paid this man $600 for his business, and when he came to Nottingham, he entered that part of the market where butchers stood, and took up his inn in the best place he could find. Little footnote, apparently inn is used here as the stand for selling. A booth, his booth. Next he opened his stall and spread his meat upon the bench. Then, taking his cleaver and steel and clattering them together, he trolled aloud in merry tones. Now come ye lasses and eke ye dames, and buy your meat from me. For 3 penny worths of meat I sell for the charge of 1 penny. Oh god, no, this song keeps going. No, I thought it was just one. I don't want to sing the whole thing. Lamb have I that have fed upon naught but the dainty dames pied, and the violet sweet and the daffodil that grow fair streams beside. And beef have I from the heathery woods, and mutton from dales all green, and veal as white as a maiden's brow, with its mother's milk I ween. Then come, ye lasses, and eke ye dames, come buy your meat from me. For 3 penny worths of meat I sell for the charge of 1 penny.
All right. You're killing that meat song. Can I just... Disclaimer. I don't sing. The well-known meat song. Yeah. The meat song. The meat song. Nimbus, get off your sister. Christ. Okay. Thus he sang, blithely, while all who stood near listened amazedly. Nim is also singing the meat song. Then, when he had finished, he clattered the steel and cleaver still more loudly, shouting lustily, "Now, who'll buy? Who'll buy? 4 fixed prices have I. 3 pennyworths of meat I sell to a fat friar or priest for 6 pence, for I want not their custom. Stout aldermen I charge 3 pence, for it doth not matter to me whether they buy or not. To buxom dames I sell 3 pennyworths of meat for 1 penny, for I like their custom well. But for the bonny lass that hath a liking for a good tight butcher, I charge not but 1 fair kiss, for I like her custom the best of all." This just in, Robin Hood is a tight butch. This is so camp, yeah. Alright. Then all began to stare and wonder and crowd around, laughing, for never was such selling heard of in all Nottingham town. But when they came to buy, they found it as he had said, for he gave goodwife or dame as much meat for 1 penny as they could buy elsewhere for 3, and when a widow or a poor woman came to him, he gave her flesh for nothing. But when a merry lass came and gave him a kiss, he charged not 1 penny for his meat. And many such came to his stall, for his eyes were as blue as the skies of June, and he laughed merrily, giving to each full measure. And thus he sold his meat so... The other butchers are gonna kick his ass. Thus he sold his meat so fast that no butcher that stood near him could sell anything. Yeah. Is this intended as raunch? No. This is so serious, you guys. Well, I mean, it's not serious, it's a light-hearted story, but there is no innuendo in this story. Like, there's no double entendres supposed to be happening here. No, there's not. No. Then they began to talk among themselves, and some said, "This must be the thief who has stolen cart, horse, and meat." Oh, this must be some thief who has stolen cart, horse, and meat. But others said, "Nay, when did ye ever see a thief who parted with his goods so freely and merrily? This must be some prodigal who hath sold his father's land, and would fain live merrily while the money lasts." And these latters being the greater number, the others came round, one by one, to their way of thinking. Then some of the butchers came to him to make his acquaintance. "Come, brother," quoth one, who was the head of them all, "we all be of one trade, so wilt thou go dine with us? For this day the sheriff hath asked all the Butchers' Guild to feast with him at the guild hall. There will be stout fare, and much to drink, and that thou likest, or much I mistake thee." "Now, beshrew his heart," quoth jolly Robin, "that would deny a butcher. And moreover, I will go dine with you all, my sweet lads, and that as fast as I can hie.
Whereupon, having sold all his meat, he closed his stall and went with them to the great guild hall. There the sheriff had already come in state, and with him many butchers. When Robin and those that were with him came in, all laughing at some merry jest he had been telling them, those that were near the sheriff whispered to him, "Yon is a right mad blade, for he hath sold more meat for 1 penny this day than we could sell for 3. And to whatsoever merry lass gave him a kiss, he gave meat for naught." And others said, "Oh, he's some prodigal that has sold his land for silver and gold, and meaneth to spend all right merrily." Then the sheriff called Robin to him, not knowing him in his butcher's dress, and made him sit close to him on his right hand, for he loved a rich young prodigal, especially when he thought that he might lighten that prodigal's pockets into his own most worshipful purse. So he made much of Robin, and laughed and talked with him, more than with any of the others. At last the dinner was ready to be served, and the sheriff bade Robin say grace. So Robin stood up and said, "Now, heaven bless us all, and eat good meat and good sack within this house, and may all butchers be and remain as honest men as I am." At this all laughed, the sheriff loudest of all, for he said to himself, "Surely this is indeed some prodigal, and perchance I may empty his purse of some of the money that the fool throweth about so freely." Then he spake aloud to Robin, saying, "Thou art a jolly young blade, and I love thee mightily." And he smote Robin upon the shoulder. What, you don't like getting good meat and good sack? What do you mean? The sheriff does not recognize him. No. Then Robin laughed loudly too. "Yea," quoth he. No, sorry, that came out really camp sounding. That's not... It's yay, like Y-E-A, like yes. Hold on. Let me do that again. Yay. That was an accident. Motherfucker can't do nothing without smoting it. Right? Oh my god. He's always smiting things. Okay. I'm a mature woman who reads good literature. Okay. Oh my god. No, Matt, I see your message. Okay. Okay. Then Robin laughed loudly too. "Yea," quoth he, "I know thou dost love a jolly blade, for didst thou not have jolly Robin Hood at thy shooting match? And didst thou not gladly give him a bright golden arrow for his own?" At this, the sheriff looked grave, and all the guild of butchers too, so that none laughed but Robin. Only some winked slyly at each other. "Come, fill us some sack," cried Robin. "Let us there be merry while we may, for man is but dust, and he hath but a span to live here till the worm getteth him, as our good gossip Swanthold saith. So let life be merry while it lasts, say I. Nay, never look down in the mouth, Sir Sheriff. Who knowest but thou mayest catch Robin Hood yet, if thou drinkest less good sack and malmsey, and bring down the fat about thy paunch, and the dust from out thy brain. Be merry, man." I am, you guys, I was giggling too much and I got a cramp in my ribs. He's cooking him. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Alright, hold on one sec.
Sorry, that was unintentional break. I'm having some like cramping between my ribs, which happens sometimes. Context for anyone new: I've got a really messed up back and a very crooked spine, and I end up in pain sometimes. So that is what is happening. But let's yeah. It's just like between two of my ribs there's like a cramp happening. Actually, sorry. I'm so sorry. I need to I'll be right back. Sorry. Once my muscles start like cramping and seizing up, it's hard to get them to relax. I have turned on the heat pad, so I've got my so we'll see if this helps. Yeah, we'll see if we can finish this story. If not, then worst case scenario, we don't finish it. But we'll see how it goes. Oops. No, I'm not leaving yet, Artax. I'm gonna give it a shot to finish it. There's some good meat will help. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so Robin is insulting the sheriff. Oh, thanks, Tyra. It's okay. It is what it is. Okay. Then the sheriff laughed again, but not as though he liked the jest. While the butchers said to one another, "Before heaven, never have we seen such a mad rollicking blade. Mayhap, though, he will make the sheriff mad." "How now, brothers," cried Robin, "be merry. Nay, never count over your farthings. For by this and by that I will pay this shot myself, e'en though it cost 200 pounds. So let no man drop his lip, nor thrust his forefinger into his purse, for I swear that neither butcher nor sheriff shall pay 1 penny for this feast." "Now thou art a right merry soul," quoth the sheriff, "and I wot thou must have many a head of horned beast, and many an acre of land, that thou dost spend thy money so freely." "Ay, that have I," quoth Robin, laughing loudly again. 500 and more horned beasts have I and my brothers, and none of them have we been able to sell, else I might not have turned butcher. As for my land, I have never asked my steward how many acres I have." At this, the sheriff's eyes twinkled, and he chuckled to himself. "Nay, good youth," quoth he, "if thou canst not sell thy cattle, it may be I will find a man that will lift them from thy hands. Perhaps that man may be myself, for I love a merry youth and would help such a one along the path of life. Now, how much dost thou want for thy horned cattle?" "Well," quoth Robin, "they are worth at least 500 pounds. "Nay," answered the sheriff slowly, and as if he were thinking within himself. "Well do I love thee, and fain would I help thee along, but 500 pounds in money is a good round sum. Besides, I have it not by me. Yet I will give thee 300 pounds for them all, and that in good hard silver and gold." "Now, thou old miser," quoth Robin, "well thou knowest that so many horned cattle are worth 700 pounds and more, and even that is but small for them. And yet thou, with thy grey hairs and 1 foot in the grave, wouldst trade upon the folly of a wild youth." At this, the sheriff looked grimly at Robin. "Nay," quoth Robin, "look not on me as though thou hadst sour beer in thy mouth, man. I will take thine offer, for I and my brothers do need the money. We lead a merry life, and no one leads a merry life for a farthing. So I will close the bargain with thee. But mind that thou bringest a good 300 pounds with thee, for I trust not one that driveth so shrewd a bargain." "I will bring the money," said the sheriff. "But what is thy name, good youth?" "Oh, men call me Robert Locksley," quoth bold Robin. "Then, good Robert Locksley," quoth the sheriff, "I will come this day to see thy horned beasts. But first my clerk shall draw up a paper in which thou shalt be bound to the sale, for thou gettest not my money without I get thy beasts in return." Then Robin Hood laughed again. "So be it," he said, smiting his palm upon the sheriff's hand. "Truly, my brothers will be thankful to thee for thy money." Laverne Cuter, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Thus the bargain was closed, but many of the butchers talked among themselves of the sheriff, saying that it was but a scurvy trick to beguile a poor spendthrift youth in this way. So the sheriff is putting up with the fact that Robin is being very rude to his face, because the sheriff thinks that this is basically a young, naive man who has a lot of money and doesn't know what to do with it. And so he's saying that he has like enough cattle, like enough that would be worth 700 pounds. And he asks for 500, and the sheriff says, "No, I'll pay you 3. And he says, we really need the money, so I'll take that, but like, bro, you're shortchanging me. But Robin doesn't have this cattle, so let's see what happens. The afternoon had come when the sheriff mounted his horse and joined Robin Hood, who stood outside the gateway of the paved court waiting for him, for he had sold his horse and cart to a trader for 2 marks. Then they set forth upon their way, the sheriff riding upon his horse and Robin running beside him. Thus they left Nottingham town and travelled forward along the dusty highway, laughing and jesting together as though they had been old friends. But all the time the sheriff said within himself, "Thy jest to me of Robin Hood shall cost thee, dear good fellow, even 400 pounds, thou fool," for he thought he would make at least that much by his bargain. So they journeyed onward till they came within the verge of Sherwood Forest, when presently the sheriff looked up and down, and to the right and to the left of him, and then grew quiet and ceased his laughter. "Now," quoth he, "may heaven and its saints preserve us this day from a rogue men call Robin Hood." Then Robin laughed aloud. "Nay," said he, "thou mayst set thy mind at rest, for well do I know Robin Hood, and well do I know that thou art no more danger from him this day than thou art from me." At this the sheriff looked askance at Robin, saying to himself, "I like not that thou seemest so well acquainted with this bold outlaw, and I wish that I were well out of Sherwood Forest. But still they travelled deeper into the forest shades, and the deeper they went, the more quiet grew the sheriff. At last they came to where the road took a sudden bend, and before them a herd of dun deer went tripping across the path. Then Robin Hood came close to the sheriff, and, pointing his finger, he said, "Those are my horned beasts, good master sheriff. How dost thou like them? Are they not fat and fair to see?" At this the sheriff drew rein quickly. "Now, fellow," quoth he, "I would I were well out of this forest, for I like not thy company. Go thou thine own path, good friend, and let me but go mine." But Robin only laughed and caught the sheriff's bridle rein. "Nay," cried he, "stay a while, for I would thou shouldst see my brothers, who own these fair horned beasts with me." And so saying, he clapped his bugle to his mouth and winded 3 merry notes, and presently up the path came leaping 50 good stout yeomen, with Little John at their head. Bros ambushed the sheriff with 100 men. What wouldst thou have, good master?" quoth Little John. "Why," answered Robin, "dost thou not see that I have brought goodly company to feast with us today? Fie, for shame! Do you not see our good and worshipful master, the sheriff of Nottingham? Take thou his bridle, Little John, for he has honoured us today by coming to feast with us." Then they all doffed their hats humbly, without smiling or seeming to be in jest, while Little John took the bridle rein and led the palfrey still deeper into the forest, all marching in order, with Robin Hood walking beside the sheriff, hat in hand. All this time the sheriff said never a word, but only looked about him like one suddenly awakened from sleep. But when he found himself going within the very depths of Sherwood, his heart sank within him, for he thought, "Surely my 300 pounds will be taken from me, even if they take not my life itself, for I have plotted against their lives more than once." But all seemed humble and meek, and not a word was said of danger, either to life or money. So at last they came to that part of Sherwood Forest where a noble oak spread its branches wide, and beneath it was a seat all made of moss, on which Robin sat down, placing the sheriff at his right hand. "Now, busk ye, my merry men all," quoth he, "and bring forth the best we have, both of meat and wine,
for his worship the sheriff hath feasted me in Nottingham Guildhall today, and I would not have him go back empty. All this time nothing had been said of the sheriff's money, so presently he began to pluck up heart. For, said he to himself, maybe Robin Hood hath forgotten all about it. Then, while beyond in the forest bright fires crackled and savory smells of sweetly roasting venison and fat capons filled the glade, and brown pasties warmed beside the blaze, did Robin Hood entertain the sheriff right royally. First, several couples stood forth at quarterstaff, and so shrewd were they at the game, and so quickly did they give stroke and parry, that the sheriff, who loved to watch all lusty sports of the kind, clapped his hands, forgetting where he was, and crying aloud, well struck, thou fellow with the black beard," little knowing that the man he called upon was the tinker that tried to serve his warrant upon Robin Hood. Then several yeomen came forward and spread cloths upon the green grass, and placed a royal feast, while others still broached barrels of sack and malmsey and good stout ale, and set them in jars upon the cloth, with drinking horns about them. Then all sat down and feasted, and drank merrily together until the sun was low, and the half-moon glimmered with a pale light betwixt the leaves of the trees overhead. Meow Prout, welcome and thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Then the sheriff arose and said, "I thank you all, good yeomen, for the merry entertainment ye have given me this day. Right courteously have ye used me, showing therein that ye have much respect for our glorious king and his deputy in brave Nottinghamshire. But the shadows grow long, and I must away before darkness comes, lest I lose myself within the forest." Then Robin Hood and all his merry men arose also, and Robin said to the sheriff, "If thou must go, worshipful sir, go thou must. But thou hast forgotten one thing." "Nay, I forgot not," said the sheriff, yet all the same his heart sank within him. "Oh, but I say thou hast forgotten something," quoth Robin. "We keep a merry inn here in the greenwood, but whoever becometh our guest must pay his reckoning." Then the sheriff laughed, but the laugh was hollow. "Well, jolly boys," quoth he, "we have had a merry time together today, and even if ye had not asked me, I would have given you a score of pounds for the sweet entertainment I have had." "Nay," quoth Robin seriously, "it would ill beseem us to treat your worship so meanly. By my faith, Sir Sheriff, I would be ashamed to show my face if I did not reckon the king's deputy at 300 pounds. Is it not so, my merry men all?" Then "Aye!" cried all in a loud voice. 300 devils!" roared the sheriff. "Think ye that your beggarly feast was worth 3 pounds, let alone 300? "Nay," quoth Robin gravely, "speak not so roundly, your worship. I do love thee for the sweet feast thou hast given me this day in merry Nottingham town, but there be those here who love thee not so much. If thou wilt look down the cloth, thou wilt see Will Stutely, in whose eyes thou hast no great favour." Banana! Banana! Thank you for the D3 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Banana, how you doing? Hello, hello. Damn, there's tension in this. This is so, and they're both like trying to like be like a little bit lighthearted, but like there's no joking happening. Seems like only yesterday. Yeah. What happened there? Either way. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And always good to see you. Alright. "If thou wilt look down the cloth, thou wilt see Will Stutely, in whose eyes thou hast no great favour. Then 2 other stout fellows are there here that, sorry. The Kindle skipped several pages. 2 other stout fellows are there here that thou knowest not, that were wounded in a brawl nigh Nottingham town some time ago. Thou wottest when. One of them was sore hurt in one arm, yet he hath got the use of it again. Good sheriff, be advised by me. Pay thy score without more ado, or maybe it may fare ill with thee. As he spoke, the sheriff's ruddy cheeks grew pale, and he said nothing more, but looked upon the ground and gnawed his nether lip. Then slowly he drew forth his fat purse and threw it upon the cloth in front of him. It just means his bottom lip. I've never heard that phrase for bottom lip before. It's fine. It's fine. Now, take the purse, Little John, quoth Robin Hood, and see that the reckoning be right. We would not doubt our sheriff, but he might not like it if he should find he had not paid his full score. Then Little John counted the money and found that the bag held 300 pounds in silver and gold. But to the sheriff it seemed as if every clink of the bright money was a drop of blood from his veins. And when he saw it all counted out in a heap of silver and gold, filling a wooden platter, he turned away and silently mounted his horse. Never have we had so worshipful a guest before, quoth Robin, and as the day waxeth late, I will send one of my young men to guide thee out of the forest depths. Oops, that was a slip of the tongue. I will send one of my young men to guide thee out of the forest depths. Nay, heaven forbid, cried the sheriff hastily. I can find mine own way, good man, without aid. Well, then I will put thee on the right track mine own self, quoth Robin, and taking the sheriff's horse by the bridle rein, he led him into the main forest path. Then, before he let him go, he said, Now, fare thee well, good sheriff, and when next thou thinkest to despoil some poor prodigal, remember thy feast in Sherwood Forest. Ne'er buy a horse, good friend, without first looking into its mouth, as our good gaffer Swanthold says. And so, once more, fare thee well. Then he clapped his hand on the horse's back, and off went nag and sheriff through the forest glades. Then, bitterly, the sheriff rued the day that first he meddled with Robin Hood, for all men laughed at him, and many ballads were sung by folk throughout the country of how the sheriff went to shear and came home shorn to the very quick. For thus men sometimes overreach themselves through greed and guile. End of story. Dang. Because Robin keeps this, very, affable face on the whole time, but that was, so threatening. Which animal would I be in Disney's Sherwood Forest? Ooh. I don't know. Can I also be a fox so that I can, be in a throuple with Robin and Marion? Hi, Moonstar. Hello again. You like the sheriff? In the book? He's not as, outright evil in this, is he? No more than kind of like a common lawman.
Reading for so long. This has been a long one. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Over 5 hours. We are going to be wrapping up very shortly, though. This has been I'm so glad that we read this today. I had so much fun, you guys. We are not done the Patchwork Girl of Oz. I think we'll probably be reading that for the next 3 streams, probably. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Which means that we could get back to reading this again on next Tuesday, like a week tomorrow. Yeah. Which would be so much fun. Because I am just loving this. I'm loving this. Doing such long streams. Dude, last night we went like 7 hours. That was crazy. But yeah, my back is... like, as much as my mind wants another story, I can't do another one physically. It must be past midnight. It is. It is 1:45 in the morning here. And I have not had dinner yet, so yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm going to do a quick wrap up on YouTube, and then over on Twitch we will raid out to another streamer. So let me just say thank you, YouTube. If you were here either live or if you're watching this after the fact, if you feel so inclined to drop a subscribe or a thumbs up or leave a comment, even if you've been chatting during chat, apparently it's helpful to like leave a comment once the live stops being live and becomes I don't know. These are just, look, whatever you want to do. Just all those things are ways to help if you're looking for ways to like help without spending any money. Those are all very much appreciated. Almost 5 a.m. Copper. Oh my god. Well, selfishly, I'm really glad you like hung out. But oh my goodness, I hope you're able to sleep. Crimean, thank you. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow, as in tonight, like Tuesday night. I'll be back in less than 24 hours, so yeah. This is awesome. Yeah, tomorrow we've got co-working in the afternoon, and then streaming in the evening. We'll be reading more Oz and doing some ASMR. Yeah, that's the plan. Was worth it? Thank you, Copper. Less than 20 hours? Yeah, I didn't want to do the math. Like, I know it's less than 24. Okay, thank you, YouTube. I'm gonna end the YouTube vid. You make ASMR? Yeah. So on Twitch, I kind of do it all in the ASMR section, but on YouTube, I kind of split it into 2 different YouTube channels. Faolkor ASMR. Oops. Like if you look at the URL, this channel is just at Faolkor. But at Faolkor ASMR is the ASMR one. But if you want to come over to Twitch, which I'll post that as well, then it's all kind of like in the same stream. Nope, that's the Gutenberg. Hold on. That was the Gutenberg link. That's where you can download the book we were just reading. There's the Twitch link. There we go. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Yay. Sounds good, Crimean. Good night, good night. Okay, bye, YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow night as in Tuesday night, for some Wizard of Oz.